Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call to order this regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission for Wednesday, October 9th. Ms. Dow, could you please call the roll?
Chair Chang,
Here.
Commissioner Aiken,
Here.
Commissioner Liu,
Here.
Commissioner Heckman.
Here.
Commissioner Suma. Here. Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great. Our first order of business is public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Are there any comment cards?
I have two raised hands on Zoom.
Okay.
First is from Liz Gardner.
Go ahead, Ms. Gardner.
Thank you. Good evening. Hi, I'm sorry if I sound a little groggy here. I was up at 4:45. This morning, I reside at Related Mayfield Place, 2500 El Camino Real. There were 71 families reside with seniors, disabled, children, babies, where most of us are full-time workers. I just wanted to put in a comment about the level of air, noise, and pollution over here. I'm still not clear what neighborhood we belong to, whether we're Mayfield, whether we're College Terrace, whether we're Stanford, or whether we're Palo Alto. We have a plethora of noise problems over here. Garbage pickup 6 days, 6 mornings a week between the hours of 4:45 and 6:30. We have a Saturday 7 a.m. leaf blower pickup at Sand Hill Properties. We have Cisco fifth wheel trucks delivering at least 3 mornings a week, and that starts at 7 a.m. We have high-powered washers, 3 hours a month going at Cicini and Wilson. It's just loud, noisy, polluted. Our quality of life has already diminished on an economic level. I just wanted to put it out there that I'm not alone in this. There is an extraordinary amount of noise. There's gas-powered leaf blowers at all hours of the day and night here, and I'm not sure what the noise ordinance update is. We're almost just wedged in here as residents of Palo Alto, virtually ignored or just disappeared. There's these corporate businesses on all sides of us, and it's almost like we're not even legitimized. So planning and transportation, please, I know we've had the El Camino redo, which by the way is beautiful. Of course, the sidewalks haven't been done yet, but that was also an issue where tar fumes were getting trapped in our apartments late, like 2 o'clock in the morning. We couldn't open our windows, and if they were open and we closed, the petroleum got trapped in our units. There was no communication about how to mitigate that from the city, which would have been really nice since kids and families live here. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see the second raised hand. Do you? Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, second person is Aram James.
Okay, I would like to go by Avram Finkelstein, and particularly until the genocide in Gaza has ended. But that is my great-grandfather's name was Abraham or Avram, the Hebrew Finkelstein. I watched the debate last night in person for City Council. Doria, you got an A. And I spoke with you at my home the last election cycle, and you spoke with my son. I don't agree with all of your positions by any stretch, but you're certainly going to get my vote. George, you were second, but a C would be what I would give you. Your delivery was mostly very, very hyper and was difficult to follow it because of that. And I was in the second row, but you delivered some very good substantive responses. Carrie and Keith, you both received Ds. Again, intelligent answers, but you were kind of looking down at your paperwork. You had flat affects. Yeah, so that was the grades that we gave. Okay, so back in May, I've written a number of articles that have been published, about 3, on the ongoing Gaza and now, of course, the West Bank and Lebanon, the ongoing genocide by the terrorist state of Israel. And as a Jew, I can tell you this. And I'm open about this. I have a little sign that I bring to the city council meetings now, which is eliminate the state of Israel. So, I'm certainly, that's my position. I think it should be a one-state solution. I condemn U.S. aid. We're responsible for the killings and the bombing over there. And I'd like to know what one of your, or two of your, or three of your positions are. I think most of you will probably be quite reluctant to say anything against the Israel First characters that this city is. We've got so many Israel First characters in the city, and it's an Israeli occupied city. And my point is this: I think many of you would, even if you were opposed to what's going on in the genocide in Lebanon and the West Bank and in Gaza, would be afraid to even state that, because that the Israeli lobby would come down and smash your opportunity to do this. So I'm still curious, is there any one of you that's willing to say this slaughter in Gaza is wrong? Our support, our tax dollars shouldn't be there. And if you're on the city council, will you have the gumption to open up the ceasefire discussion? That's not anti-Semitism. That is not. It simply should be the council being willing to discuss it, have an open, real, robust discussion, and then put their rationale on the record. If they want to vote 7-0 against it, then so be it. At least have their reasoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Our next order of business is agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
No changes.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. And then now we've got city official reports. Would you like to kick us off, Ms. Armour?
Yes, Jennifer Armour, Assistant Director. And just a few updates and previews for you. Next slide. We've got a few items scheduled for the October 30th meeting, ordinance on dark skies and lighting and bird-friendly design, and then a discussion of a potential study to assess the feasibility of shared micro-mobility program. So that'll be an interesting discussion with one of the representatives from our transportation division. And then in November and December, we have a number of items there that have been listed in previous meetings. I will note that in the upcoming meetings list that we distributed with the staff report packet, we do have 2 tentative special meetings because of the conflicts with the holidays in November, the second meeting in November and December. Please take a look at that and let us know if either of those won't work for you. At this time, we do not have any items scheduled for November 20th, but we may have something will be scheduled for December 18th. Next slide. And then the 2 items that we wanted to share with you about council dates coming up. Those actually are the same from our last meeting, where we will have a discussion of the work plan for Planning and Transportation Commission, as well as the other commissions at City Council on October 21st. And then in November, we hope to bring this stream corridor ordinance to council, depending on the results of this evening's discussion. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from Ms. Armour? No. And then is Mr. Ruiz online tonight?
Yes.
Hi.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Rafael Reyes, Senior Engineer with the Office of Transportation. Just a couple of updates for the committee tonight. The first one about the El Camino Real paving project that's being led by Caltrans. The southbound directions of El Camino Real, the paving is complete. The northbound is partially complete, and we anticipate it being fully completed and including the striping and signage by this November, December. I know there was an issue with the no parking signs either being kind of the temporary no parking signs, I should say, being either removed or discarded or stolen. Caltrans is working to replace those this week, and our PD will be enforcing the no parking. But again, the permanent signage should be done later this year. The next update I have is for the rail committee meeting. There's no meeting for October, so the next rail committee meeting is going to be on November 19th. And Jennifer mentioned that we'll be bringing a parking programs update in late November or early December. Those are the only updates I have for now.
Okay. Do commissioners have any questions for Mr. Reese? No questions. All right. So our first and only action item tonight is the next agenda item. It is to recommend that the council adopt a draft ordinance updating the Palo Alto Municipal Code, Section 18.40.140, stream corridor protection, and it is exempt from CEQA. For the record, Vice Chair Reckdahl has arrived and is now present. Okay, so could we start with the staff report for this?
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Kelly Cha. We have Kevin Gardner from Good City Company for the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Chang and members of the commission. My name is Kevin Gardner. I'm with Good City Company as a consultant for the city of Palo Alto. And then also online this evening, should there be questions, is Jim Martin, who has prepared the existing conditions report for this study and is available if there are questions from the commission. Next. The staff recommendation is that the Planning and Transportation Commission recommend the City Council adopt the draft ordinance updating Palo Alto Municipal Code, Section 18.40.140, which is the Stream Corridor Protection Ordinance. Next. Looking at the timeline and community engagement, in fact, this goes all the way back to 2017 with the comprehensive plan update and the according programs and policies that we'll be discussing this evening. But in terms of updating the ordinance itself, we initiated this project in January of this year, did outreach with stakeholders in February. I'll give a little more detail about that later. Community information session in March. The existing conditions report was posted in July. And then we had a study session with the PTC in August. We were able to get feedback on key items that we had questions about, and hopefully those have been reflected in the ordinances before you this evening. And then from here, as Ms. Arner mentioned, this would go to City Council as the next step once Planning and Transportation Commission makes its recommendation. This is a council priority, updating the stream ordinance. It has been a priority for over 3 years, so it's time, and we're glad to have a draft ordinance in front of you. As mentioned, it does go back to the 2017 comprehensive plan, including policy N3.3, which calls for creek protections from future structures and improving the habitat connectivity corridors. Next. As we discussed in the meeting back in August, there are a variety of creeks in Palo Alto, and the comp plan does provide some guidance towards those different types of settings, but also, and then the existing conditions report drills down a little further and looks at those particular site conditions. There's natural creeks, and we're going to divide those into 2 different areas. There's natural creeks west of Foothill Expressway, which is really a more urban setting. Then there's natural creeks east of Foothill Expressway and what we refer to as the urbanized section of Palo Alto, portion of Palo Alto, and then channelized creeks. And although the ordinance just calls them channelized creeks, we've added the word hardened here just to really clarify these are engineered creek channels, and they are also found in the urbanized parts of Palo Alto. Next. So in terms of community engagement, we started with neighborhood association outreach. Me and my colleagues contacted all of the neighborhood associations, 15 in total, with their contact of record, and not only invited them to the virtual information session in March, but also offered meetings with the association should they so desire. We had the virtual information session in March, and a number of representatives from the neighborhood associations did attend that. In that meeting, we did see there was mixed support for the increased setback, and then I could say there's concerns about balancing private property development potential with riparian improvements. That's really the gist of it. But generally support for the 150-foot setback west of Foothill Expressway. We've also had stakeholder meetings with the San Francisco Creek, JPA, Valley Water, Mid-Penn Open Space, and the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter and Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. And then for this most recent meeting, there have been courtesy mail notices to property owners and tenants located within 300 feet of any streams or creeks. Next. So just to highlight a few kind of the big pieces of the existing ordinance and guidelines and standards, the existing ordinance has a streamside review area of 50 feet from top of bank, and that's regardless of location. So that's whether it's urbanized or rural, foothills, and also it's irregardless of the type of creek. Also consistently is a slope stability protection area of 20 feet. Landward from the top of bank, and that also applies in all locations. Some of this came from the Valley Water Resources Protection Collaborative's guidelines and standards for land uses near streams. And in later, as we have this discussion, I will refer to that as the collaborative's guidelines, just to be shorthand. Those were developed as streamside review, transitioned a number of years ago from Valley Water to local jurisdictions. So they provided that guidance, and that has made its way into the existing ordinance. Next. The proposed ordinance picks up where the current one has left off in establishing varying regulations within the setback. So it is starting to get more context sensitive to the different terrain characteristics in Palo Alto. And then there's also exemption opportunities for certain improvements for single family properties. Some of those are carried over from the existing ordinance. Some have come from particularly the conversations that we had with the commission back in August. And then there's appropriate setbacks for conservation measures for undeveloped parcels, and also a two-tiered exception process. We'll go through that in a bit. Just to compare the existing ordinance with the proposed draft, right now the existing ordinance, as mentioned, has this 50-foot streamside review area. And what is a streamside review area? It probably depends on who you talk to, and that has been a item of concern for a lot of people. Is it a setback? Is it not a setback? What it is at least how the ordinance has been written, it's a review line, so anything within 50 feet of a stream or creek gets a heightened level of review. However, some people, again, have considered that a setback, others consider it not a setback. The slope stability protection area is 20 feet, and that I think probably everybody would agree is a setback, in that it's a no-build zone, and there's measures in there to ensure that the creek banks are maintained with integrity. So next slide. What we've done first is have a departure from the previously confusing streamside review area and instead call it a streamside setback. And that would be consistent with the direction in the comprehensive plan. And then also it's just to clarify, I think people generally understand a setback as they look at front yard, side yard, rear yard setbacks. It's generally an area where there aren't structures, but there are other uses that are allowed. And then the slope stability protection area remains in the draft ordinance as well. Then there's also, following comp plan direction, a riparian buffer, and the comp plan specifies a 30-foot buffer for the portions of Palo Alto west of Foothill Expressway. And it does not have a number, but suggests looking at a riparian buffer for the urbanized areas. So the draft ordinance basically duplicates the slope stability area with the riparian buffer and has both of them at 20 feet. West of Foothill Expressway, that riparian buffer is extended to 30 feet. So we've done a compare and contrast with the existing ordinance and with the proposed. It's not exactly an apples to oranges because of this, the difference between the slope stability area versus a setback. But for purposes of discussion, we'll at least kind of mention that. So for the rural open space areas west of Foothill Expressway, as well as the Baylands, currently the existing ordinance has the streamside review area 50 feet and the slope stability protection area of 20 feet. Or 2 to 1 from the toe of the bank. The proposed ordinance follows the comp plan direction with a 150-foot setback. So that would be a setback in the classic sense that most people understand the term. And then the riparian buffer of 30 feet. So within the riparian buffer, it's really focused on preservation of native riparian vegetation. There's a little more flexibility within the rest of that 150-foot setback. With culverted underground streams, you'll see this consistently. Culverted underground means they are underground, we can't see them, so they're in a pipe or a box culvert. So in that case, no setback or riparian buffer is proposed. Next. In their urbanized areas, east of Foothill Expressway and west of Highway 101, referring again to the existing ordinance with a 50-foot review line, streamside review area, and the 20-foot or 2 to 1 slope stability protection area. The proposed setback is 40 feet for natural streams and channelized streams, and a 20-foot riparian buffer, which would be just for the natural streams and would coincide with the slope stability protection area. And just to mention, where does the 40-foot number come from? There's a couple of different places. One, that is a recommendation from the collaborative guidelines for natural creeks in Santa Clara County. If for those looking for a second opinion, in the neighboring county, the San Mateo County Flood Control Protection and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District, known as One Shoreline, recommends a 35-foot creek setback. And that's to acknowledge really the burden that creeks and streams may have in years ahead with climate change, with atmospheric rivers and extreme weather and such, to basically provide a little more room to the stream to do what streams need to do and keep new development out of harm's way. Next. So the applicability is that it would be it applies to developments in all areas except for R1 and R2 and RMD districts, which have a little more specific applicability. In those R1, R2, and RMD zoning districts, it only applies to development that requires discretionary review or for development that proposes to encroach further into the streamside setback than the existing condition. Then there's a number of exemptions that are included, and some of this is carried over from the existing ordinance. Some of this is from input from the PTC. So property separated from the stream by a public street, some earthwork and landscaping to allow stream bank stability, interior construction alterations, utility service lateral replacements, and some retaining walls. Also small storage buildings, and the reason that's there is the small storage buildings that are 120 square feet or less don't require building permits. So the intent was to not try to get in kind of the way of structures such as tough sheds or something that would not ordinarily require a building permit. It also exempts building improvements that are not encroaching further into the stream review area, including rebuilding the same building footprint, and then also an expansion of existing development along channelized streams in urbanized areas. And that's with the provision that any of these expansions still need to comply with the underlying zoning. So if there's whatever the side setback or rear setback is, those would still apply. So there's a two-tiered exception process. For minor exceptions, which would be generally, it follows a process similar to the home improvement exception process. So these would be for unique situations, particularly where the stream side setback takes up a fairly significant portion of a site, or where there's existing conditions. It's provided for those low density residential developments in the R1, R2, and RMT districts. It would, under particular certain conditions, allow a 15-foot encroachment into the required stream side setback. In some instances, it would allow an average of existing setbacks from the adjoining properties, and it allows some horizontal and vertical extensions. Then there's the major exceptions process, and this is a kind of a variation of what might in other circumstances be a variance. This is really meant to be for extraordinarily unusual circumstances where the application of the requirements would really inhibit the development of a site to the extent that they would not be able to have the same enjoyment as their neighbors. So it's a higher bar. It does require director approval, and then there are findings, including a finding that there are no reasonable alternatives, that the encroachment as proposed would not significantly harm streamside environment, and that giving the exception would not negatively impact nearby properties. And this is really focused on ensuring that that all of the development capacity of a property is not taken by these regulations. So as mentioned, we're looking to the Planning and Transportation Commission for recommendations to the City Council. And with that, I think is that the last one. So my contact is there, both phone and email, and then the staff contact is Kelly Cha, senior planner here in Palo Alto. As mentioned, also Jim Martin is here with us if there are questions about the existing conditions report or any of the conditions related therein. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. So what we'll do is do clarifying questions from the commission, and then we can open it up for public comment. So we'll start with Commissioner Aiken.
Thank you, Chair. Just an observation, in both math and construction, slope is generally expressed as rise over run. So I was curious as to why the ordinance chooses to express it the other way. Do we have was there a rationale for that, or is it just historic?
I think you're referring to the diagram that was included in the.
I was getting to that next.
Okay, but
the choice of rise over run versus run over rise is used in several places.
I think that was a mistake. It's supposed to be flipped, so it should be rise over run. The existing ordinance says horizontal over vertical, so it's rise over run, so it should be corrected.
Well, that's run over rise. Yeah, and you've already anticipated my next question, which is I refer to packet page 22, where the triangle diagram has a slope of 2, even though the labels on the edges give it a slope of 1/2. So anyone reading this for the first time without having gone through the language in the ordinance that explains that it's horizontal to vertical will be confused. So it would be nice if that could be patched up for the final version. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. Let's see. First question, really just a clarification. I'm trying to understand this culverted / underground creek where the ordinance doesn't apply, doesn't impose additional requirements. So is it, at one point, I can't remember, I think it's in the staff report, it seemed like to fall into this category, it had to be a closed top, basically, a pipe, rather than a concrete channel. Am I understanding that right? So that a concrete channel is one form of an engineered creek, not a culverted / underground creek.
That's correct. So, whoops, that's correct. So yeah, and really the purpose is if it's underground in either a box culvert or a pipe, then there is not the ability to have the riparian vegetation and the other matters that are of concern to the ordinance. So that's why if it is underground, it's more or less exempt from the requirements here.
And there is the channelized stream, which is the version that is open.
Right.
But, right, so that is one of the categories in the draft ordinance.
So is the
as well.
channelized version the same as the engineered? Is that those are synonymous terms, or do they have different meanings?
Correct. So we have three categories: the natural stream, the channelized or engineered, and the underground.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification. Next question regards fences. I meant, in the ordinance, in the draft ordinance, it says, fences, in most instances, it says fences shall be pursuant to, I think it's section 16.24 of the ordinance. And I meant to review that before I came here, but I didn't. So can you remind me and the audience who might be interested in fences near creeks, what are the general rules for fencing under 16.24 in Palo Alto? Do you need a permit? I have a memory that maybe if it's 6 feet or less, I don't need a permit.
I think that's might be correct. I can confirm the actual height. It might be 6 feet or 7 feet.
Okay.
That requires a permit. And I think there's some different requirements in terms of materials and design, but I can definitely get more details.
Okay.
And I'll just add, I know in the study session, there was a lot of discussion over fences and staff took that under consideration and generally took prior fence, with the exception of the wildlife fences west of Foothill Expressway, the fences are not covered in the ordinance, and instead it's just referring back to that code section, and particularly because as mentioned, there's a lot of the fences don't require building permits, so it did not seem like it was really made sense to include more fence standards in this chapter.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I appreciate the cross-reference rather than putting in more regulations that may someday prove inconsistent with our general fence regulations. So I like that approach. Can you pull up, I want to pull up the two maps. The first one is on packet page 31. It's the area where natural creek setback applies. Thank you. And if you can pull it down so we can see the whole of the page. Okay. Go down even a little, maybe you need to shrink it a little bit. Right there. Yeah, I need you to be able to see the top. So I want to note here before we go back one page to 30 that what this appears to be showing is that this area is all on the west end of town, if you will, right? It's starts at Foothill and then covers the area west of 280, and it doesn't. This map doesn't even show all of Palo Alto, but it gives me the impression that the area where natural creek setback applies doesn't really affect any of the urbanized part of Palo Alto. And if that is not the way this ordinance is going to work, I think that needs to be fixed. But that's my impression. And if we go back one page to page 30, which is another map. Thank you. So this is just called creeks and watersheds. And it doesn't show us where the natural creek setbacks apply as near as I can tell. I think the function of this is to just identify the different water courses that come through the city and what their nature is. So I think as we move forward with this, we're going to have excellent mapping because people are going to want to know if they have a piece of property, they're going to want to be able to go to a website and know whether this ordinance applies to them or not. And if they see mapping that's inconsistent with that, like map 31, if I lived on Edgewood, I would say, oh, there is no natural water course, even though San Francisco Creek is, I think, considered a natural water course in at least parts of that run. So I think the mapping is going to be really important. All right, those are my technical questions. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rectal.
I have a question about the exemptions. So east of 101, there's only a couple properties that even apply. And one of them is along Adobe Creek, and there it's 110, the parcel itself is 110 feet, and we have 150-foot setback. So would that be a minor or major exception?
I'd expect that would be a major, and that is a good example of what the major is for, where the standards just make such a big difference on it goes so far deep into the property that it's clear that the standards just wouldn't work for development on that property.
And so what would the landowner have to do if they wanted to remodel something, let's say, in that building? They would have to come and have a presentation. Would there be fees associated with this?
If it's a remodel, they don't necessarily need an exception if it still fits within, for example, if it's an interior remodel, that's exempt. If they're not expanding any further towards the creek, that also would be exempt. Or even if they were to tear down the building and rebuild it in the same footprint or build something in the same footprint, that would also be exempt. So where they would need to ask for an exception would be if they were expanding further towards the creek than existing conditions.
Okay, very good. And we also have chosen to be Foothill Expressway, but I don't think, do we have any open streams? Isn't everything culverted between Foothill and 280?
We do have the center between the 280, I mean, not 280, Foothill and 101? Or
No,
are you
I'm talking
about-
between Foothill Expressway and 280.
Let me check that.
So that choice is actually based on the graphic from the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan that is on page 31 of the packet. And so the choice of that area was coming directly from the comp plan.
Okay, so it's just historical. Okay. And can you talk more about fences within the urban area? Now, this is between Foothill and 101. If someone has an existing fence, they can keep it as is? And
That's correct.
okay, but then if they want to build an addition and move closer to the creek, they can't go closer than 40 feet.
You could still have a fence within the setback, but not within the 20-foot slope stability protection area. So as long as they steer clear of the 20-foot slope stability protection area, then a fence would be allowable.
Okay, so if they have an existing fence right now at the property line, and they have something that's, let's say, 40 feet away, the back wall of their house is 40 feet away, and they want to expand and go 30 feet away, can they keep their back fence?
I guess if it's existing, I mean, we're not telling them to take it out. But if they were putting in a new fence, they would need to steer clear of the 20-foot slope stability protection area.
Okay. But so we have a 20-foot. So in the urban area, we have a 40-foot stream side setback and a 20-foot riparian buffer. So if someone has a house and their back wall is 40 feet away, this is in the urban area, and they want to move 10 feet closer, have that back wall go out 10 feet. Is that allowed? Wouldn't that be going into the setback?
That would be encroaching into the setback. So it would be moving further towards the creek than the current existing condition.
Okay, so that would not be allowed at all.
Not without an exception or deviation.
Okay, and that's where you could look at what the neighbors have and you could average that out. And that would be a minor exception?
That would be a minor, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Liu?
I had a couple of technical questions. One also just, well, actually on the differences between the exemptions and the exceptions. So on packet page 23, under the exemptions, there's exemption 8, that expansion of existing development along channelized streams in urbanized areas would be exempted from this ordinance. Can you elaborate on that a little bit and give some examples of like how that might apply to, just to existing buildings along creeks?
So for example, a lot of the homes along the channelized creeks have their side yards along the creek as opposed to their backyard. So for example, if let's say somebody has a very large side yard for some reason, and then they wanted to expand, do a home addition, they could expand towards the creek, provided they're not going past whatever the zoning setback would be ordinarily for that side yard. So as long as they're staying within the R1 zoning envelope and there is room, then they could expand towards the creek.
They could expand even into the setbacks, unlike, I just want to square that with what we were just talking about with Commissioner Reckdahl.
Yeah, in that case, they could, because I think the intention is with if it's a new house, then the intention is to have it set back 40 feet. But if this is an existing house and it's being expanded within the zoning envelope that would otherwise be allowed, that would still be allowed.
Okay, got it. I think I got that. One more technical question. On packet page 25, there's a discussion on removed trees shall be replaced with native riparian trees following the replacement ratios of the technical tree manual. So this is just entirely separate from our tree protection ordinance. It's just any tree, full stop, and the riparian, in the stream side setback would need to be replaced according to the ratios there.
That's correct. And the distinction is because this is a creek habitat area, so it's, it may have some similarities to tree removal in a more conventional setting, but really this is really a precious habitat along the creek. So the intention is that none of the vegetation should be removed, or if it is, then it follows those guidelines. But it's really meant to keep the integrity of that vegetation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a host of clarifying questions. So can you go through the applicability again? Because I think that's what's tripping us up a little bit. So it's on packet page 22 for the applicability states that this ordinance essentially doesn't apply to R1, R2, and RMD districts unless there's discretionary review or additional encroachment. Is that correct? So,
That's correct.
okay. So I think that's what's tripping us up. And I think that's also something that was in the public comments where people are saying, oh no, this is terrible. But if you're in R1, R2, or RMD, it doesn't really change that much unless you have discretionary review required. Okay, good. Oh, so maybe you can help us. What types of issues would require discretionary review? And is this where you were talking about the second story development? I don't think we're all completely familiar with what types of things typically would require discretionary review.
So I think these are listed in the existing ordinance. So it includes individual reviews for second story addition or modifications, anything that requires a conditional use permit, anything that requires some other, so individual reviews are like mostly for residential that requires a second story modification or addition. But we have added that additional encroach further into stream side setback. That applies to some of the projects that may not require discretionary review. So for instance, like there's some additions on the first story, those usually don't require discretionary review and they go through building permits only. So we have added those to capture and make sure that they also comply with the stream requirements as well, because when you're adding towards the stream, then we want to make sure that they also comply with the additional riparian buffer requirements and stream side setback as well.
Okay. There was a question that we asked last time this came before us for the study session about how many parcels do we think would be affected by this? Meaning, so if I'm looking at the top of page 23, how many households are in the leftmost, like look like the leftmost photo or leftmost figure? I mean, do we know?
I have the number. Let me get that. So maybe you can continue with
Okay,
another one.
great. So while we're on that page, so I wanted to, the little labels, maybe we can pull it up so that everybody can see. So this is the top of packet page 23. My question is, so there's 3 diagrams. There's A, B, and C. My understanding is that as currently written, B is okay, meaning that if a homeowner had the medium gray structure and then they added the black area, that would be allowed. And that C is not allowed, like the black structure would not be allowed.
Correct. Or would need to request one of the deviations.
Okay, so the labeling is not entirely clear there in terms of, I don't think that there's a difference between, unless I'm not reading it correctly, it's not clear that C is not allowed, but B is.
Understood.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So one is a yes and the other is a no, according to, like, I think
Yeah,
that was what you
looks-
guys were trying to come.
It looks like the same caption was
Oh, I
copied.
think I see it now that it's electronic. There's an X.
Yeah,
There's
there's a
an
cross
X,
out.
yeah.
Oh, we couldn't see it in the hard copy. So now that makes a lot more sense to me.
But if that is the recommendation of the commission, we could clarify that language
I
to
think
make it
that
really
if-
clear. This would be allowed, this would not.
Right, that would be helpful, assuming we go that way. But I needed to clarify that for myself before I understood what we were talking about. Okay, another clarifying question is, we talk about the exceptions process, the HI. So there's this 2-level, the minor exceptions and the major exceptions. Can you help us understand what is involved in getting the minor exception? What is the HIE? What is the process going to look and feel like to a homeowner?
Can I take it? So, so I think in case it created any confusion, it's basically structured like the HIE process that exists. But the intent of it is that it's a ministerial approval process. So essentially what it means is, unlike the major exception, there's not findings required. It's just criteria. So it's, hey, if your property falls into one of these criteria, then these are the allowable sort of menu of exceptions from what would otherwise be allowed.
Okay, so if I'm a homeowner and I'm trying to remodel and I want to do remodel B in the picture, then all I do is submit my plans to the planning department, the same as I always would. And the planner who reviews this is going to be the one giving me those exceptions automatically just because they're allowed. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I think essentially correct. They may have to request a exception, or the planner would have to identify that an exception would be required. But that's something that we can facilitate on the staff end. So the design of the structure is intended to make it easy for homeowners or staff to review these types of projects and make sure that it is pretty clear what can be approved. And it's not like there's sort of findings that need to be made that may be kind of it might make it more complex, to do the process that way. So that was the intent.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that it's, if you fall under these categories, you will be granted these exceptions.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand though, from like the property owner's perspective, is it going to be more onerous? In other words, is there more paperwork required, or a different form, or different evidence that needs to be provided than you would if you were just simply doing a remodel today?
It's not intended to be that way. So it could just be wrapped into a building permit process, for example, as part of the planning review of that building permit plan set.
And just to jump in, if you take a look at the wording of that section of the draft ordinance, it states that if more than 40% of the parcel is covered by this stream setback, and if this would not result in the removal of existing riparian vegetation. So those should be pretty clear to be able to show. So they would have to provide that additional information. Then they're allowed up to 3 of the items listed in that section. So, and we've tried to be very clear about what those specific exceptions could be. It's a menu of, I think it's at least 6 different items that are 7 items that could be chosen from if you meet those first 2 criteria. So it should be pretty straightforward as part of the building permit process.
Okay. I'll save other stuff for this is helpful in terms of clarifying my understanding. I'll save comments to later. But I did want to ask if Ms. Cha had looked up the number of parcel.
So with the data we have, as I just want to put some caveat that we don't have a top of bank information, but we do have a center line information. So we use that and apply the proposed buffers and setback distance, and that comes out to be about 900 total of 920 properties within city of Palo Alto.
Thank you. That's very helpful
But
information.
that doesn't necessarily mean that the existing structures encroach into the area. That's just, it would touch that number of parcels.
Right. No, I understood. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, I have more questions. Okay, so I saw that there was a public comment that asked if this ordinance addresses lighting or bird safety anywhere, and is the answer no?
No, because we have that coming up in October 30th, and we have a lighting standards included in the lighting section, lighting ordinance.
So
we have
there's specific stream side requirements.
Right, we do have a stream side lighting, so lighting near streams, and we have provisions included in the lighting ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to remember where we decided to include that particular piece, whether it was this or the other one. Thank you. And then on packet page 17, there was a comment about, the report mentions a public comment about somebody who somebody who submitted a comment but emphasized the need for flood control east of Foothill. And I'm trying to, so the report says one person supported 150-foot setback west of Foothill, but emphasized the need for flood control measures east of Foothill due to denser development. So my question to staff is, this is not a trade-off, right? It's not a either or, we can do both. I'm trying to understand if this 150-foot setback, well, that's west of Foothill, but I'm trying to understand if the current ordinance would preclude any flood protection measures.
So the existing slope stability protection area is basically the measure that we have to protect the bank stability. So that is continuing to, we're actually continuing that requirement with the draft ordinance. So that's not going to go away. So that is one measure. And also we're having a little bit bigger setback available as well. So that'll also mitigate some of the flood concerns.
Okay, but I guess what I'm saying is that it's the way it's phrased, it seemed that the person thought that that in working on this ordinance, it would prevent us from working on additional flood control measures. And is that even a legitimate trade-off? It's not, correct? Okay, so thank you. That's all I wanted to make sure. Okay, then I have a question on packet page 20. It talks about the, at the very bottom, there's A, B, and C at the bottom of packet page 20. And it talks about the presence of a stream and how it's determined. And I just got really confused here because I was thinking about the study session where you showed us two maps done by different agencies that look dramatically different. And I think during the study session, we said we need to resolve how we determine the existence of a stream. So is that resolved now based on, like, so we're going to use them? But what do we do when two different maps show different things?
So it does offer, it's one or more of the following. So if there are conflicts, I mean, it's meeting one, it's on one of the maps. When in doubt, the one that's probably most relevant to a particular property would be the survey of a property by a licensed land surveyor. And that's typically done with a new development. Anyways, that would be the most kind of local version. Otherwise, we're relying on GIS maps, which, they're better than nothing, but an actual land survey is going to be more precise.
Okay, but what I'm trying to understand is if I'm a property owner and I don't see a stream there because I didn't know that there's no stream there, it's not wet right now. And then it turns out that actually there's a stream there according to one of these maps, then what would I be governed by?
So I think to supplement the response that Kevin provided, most of these concerns, the discrepancies are in foothills where most of the natural creeks are located. And in the foothills, majority of the land covered by zoning district, the open space zoning district is majority of the foothill area. And that particular zoning district requires a site design review. I believe that's the permit name. And as part of the requirement of that review, it requires some environmental assessment due to its condition, open space and greenery, and some environmental concerns. So with that, we require usually, we ask for technical study, biological resources technical study. That's where we find special species and some of these top of the bank, river locations. Those are all identified in that particular technical study that we probably will be primarily base the location of the creek from that particular study. And that's done by qualified biologists or some other professionals.
Okay, but you're saying that then sort of the discrepancy between the two maps, I just remember very clearly seeing two maps. They were very different. And you're saying that the differences were mostly in the rural areas. Yeah. Okay, all right. Still a little concerned there, but we'll talk about that later. And then, sorry, does anybody else have any lights? Because I'm trying to find all my, oh, okay. Also a question on packet page 25. So I'm trying to understand the intent of Roman numeral, little Roman numeral 3 versus 4. Under packet page 25. Well, I'm just confused because the section is titled, the section beginning on packet page 24 is titled Streamside Setback Requirements. And then it talks about vegetation, and it says that only native riparian vegetation shall be planted between the top of banks of a stream or within the riparian buffer. That makes sense to me. But then the next Roman numeral says installation of new ornamental landscaping shall be allowed provided plantings are non-invasive species. And so I'm assuming that that is meant to address the space between the riparian buffer and where the streamside setback ends. But it just gets sort of confusing, I think. So can you clarify, can you tell me if I'm understanding that correctly?
You are. So I'm kind of jotting that down. That could be, helpful to clarify in that it's exactly that. Within the 20-foot riparian corridor is just to be the riparian vegetation, and then within the balance of the setback or the remainder of the setback, ornamental is allowed, provided it's not invasive and would not threaten that riparian corridor.
Okay. And then I think this is my last question is on packet page 27. Let's see, it's number 4A, little Roman numeral, little Roman numeral 1. So it talks about minor deviations shall be granted under all of the following conditions. Is it all or any? I'm confused.
So if somebody is asking for a minor exception, that property or the project would have to meet both conditions.
Okay, so all.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if there's a single plant that is like, 39 feet from the, like, that, sorry, removal, I mean, if somebody's trying to build there, they're going to remove all the vegetation that's there. So kind of nothing would, am I incorrect to say that nothing would actually ever meet that requirement, or?
So it would depend if it's considered riparian vegetation or ornamental. So if it's riparian vegetation, it should not be removed. And
how would they determine that? Like a biological survey? Okay. All right. That's my questions. Thank you. Does anybody else have any? Oh, I've got one from Vice Chair Reckdahl.
Yeah, looking on packet page 23, it says the following projects are exempt, and they say property separated from the stream by a public street. Does that include service roads if the creek has a service road up top?
It's mainly for that area near the San Francisco Creek. I think there's a park. I think it's a Thomas Hopkins Park. So that particular area has the stream, and then it's separated by an actual street. I think we need to clarify whether service road would actually qualify for that.
So you think you don't know, or?
We're uncertain, but we'll find out.
Okay.
Follow up.
Because the service roads typically are 15 feet wide. So, well, we'll talk about it once you find.
So just to understand the question, is the concern about if it's a public versus private service? Because I think in some cases it wouldn't be publicly accessible, right? If it's
for example, down by the San Francisco Creek, down at 101, there's a trail, a foot open to the public trail that's also used as a service road, and that's 15 feet wide, and that it is between the creek and some properties. are those properties subject to this or not? And in Midtown, there's a service road that's run by the public. It's not open to the general public, but it's publicly owned. Does that prevent those properties from being impacted by this or not?
So I think that's a good question.
Okay, okay.
Commissioner Aiken.
Thank you, Chair. This is a follow-up on Chair Chang's question about flood control. And I had intended to cover this later, but I think it's better to follow it up now. The code section 16.24, which talks about fences, that applies in the urbanized areas of the city, has special provisions for the properties along Edgewood, which, among other things, allows them to create like 10-foot walls. So the question I have is whether those provisions, which appear to be there as part of flood control, are still compatible with the new ordinance that's being proposed.
I think the intention is to apply the fences along San Francisco Creek. Would apply, that 1624 would still apply. But we can also look into that if that's a concern.
Yeah, this is I don't remember the details of the wording. This is an odd special provision in 16.24 for those properties, on the area that the water district has some easement. So it was completely unclear to me exactly which aspects of that would apply in this case.
I think those were established because of the flood protection purposes. So I think it would make sense to apply that particular provision here as well.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure there wasn't an incompatibility that is being missed.
I don't see any additional lights from my fellow commissioners, so I think it's time for public comment now. Ms. Dow, do we have comment cards?
Yes, I have 2 in person and 3 on Zoom. First in person is from Shani Kleinhaus.
Thank you. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm a resident. I work for the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance, used to be Audubon Society. I'm also a Parks and Recreation Commissioner. I do not speak for the commission. I have a PhD in ecology and have done tremendous amount of work on creek master plans and creek restoration and planning overseas and in the US. So this is something I'm kind of familiar with. I was also on the Citizen Advisory Commission when the policies that directed this to come were passed. And the intent was really to protect the creeks. So I understand all your questions. People have rights and they should be able to do things on their properties. But I think there's some things we need to consider. And so we submitted the Sierra Club and our organization a letter with a lot of suggestions, and I've seen some of them repeated today in a letter that Midpen sent you, which I just received before I came in here. Creeks indicate the quality of life, and we used to have frogs, we used to have fish, we used to have all kinds of things living in the creeks. Our only beaver died last year because it was polluted. And when creeks are human uses, whether it's using herbicides, ant poison, all of that is right next to the creek, and sediment goes into the creek, the quality degrades, goes to the bay, we get algae bloom and the fish die. So it's not that simple to think, oh, it's fit here or there. And there was a study that was done by the water boards, which is responsible for water pollution, and they looked at all the different ordinances in the region, and they said that estimates of effective buffer distances for sediment and nutrient. This doesn't even include wildlife movement. Most of the scientific studies suggest distance between 50 and 100 feet for this purpose, and under any circumstances, never less than 33. So we have 20, and so the general plan suggests that let's go to 30. But in the hillside, 30 collides with the need to remove all the vegetation because of fire. So we need 60 to make sure we have both the protection for the structures and the riparian corridor. I want to just comment on a couple of things. I hope you read that. I saw all of you, some of you last night. I know how tired you are, but we worked really hard on this, and I hope you had the time to read it. Exemption number 8, expansion of existing development along channelized streams in the urbanized areas. This kind of goes against the idea of actually improving the streams in the urbanized areas, like what they try to do with Fries. I'm not it would be nice not to have it. I don't think you'll be able to do that, but at least maybe only exempt housing and not other projects. The other things that are of great concern, because we've been seeing this in San Jose for so long, when you allow a property that's between two other properties to use the average or their line of the property, you basically nullify this whole thing. There's almost no properties that don't have projects or properties already developed on those sides. I don't think you'll find any. So at the very least in the hillsides or anywhere, that really creates a big problem, because you'll get to an average that one is 20 feet and the other one is 25 and you're 22 and we're back where we started. So that's not a good exception or exemption. We have so many other comments, and I hope that you look at them very seriously and move them forward. I hope this does move forward to City Council with our recommendations. One of the concerns we've had is small sheds close to the creeks. That's where people put all the stuff that you don't want next to a creek, all the toxic stuff, all the flammable stuff, all the things that if there is a flood, they're going to go right into the bay. Please don't allow storage sheds anywhere. I think San Jose keeps them 200 feet away from creeks, all kinds of sheds that could potentially have chemicals in them. Not sure about that, but I think it is. And Palo Alto can do better. San Jose has 100-foot setback anywhere in the city. They do that, have the averaging of the properties nearby, but at the basis, it's 100 feet. And so, in the county, it's 150 feet in open space. So please take care of our creeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Jeffrey Shore.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Shore. Good evening, commissioners. I live on Edgewood Drive, so it's apropos that I come here this evening. This handout attempts to lay out in simplistic terms the situation that those of us on Edgewood face by reference to a struggling interpretation of the ordinance or the proposed ordinance. Just for your background, I wanted to explain. So after the 1998 flood, the parcel across the creek from where I live at Greer and Edgewood, was flooded. At that time, it was a mobile home park. About a year and a half later, a developer picked it up and convinced the city of East Palo Alto that it should be a tall apartment complex. And so they wanted to build up the building pad such that it would be outside the floodplain, which created a diversion to our side of the creek. So therefore, the decision was made that that property development had to go forward. And in order to mitigate the flood control, the flood risk to us, a flood wall should be put up. In addition, there was this towering apartment complex, as a result of which Dina Mosser, council member at the time, arranged for a variance, a 10-foot variance. So that's what that fence is for, and that's why it's exempted in that ordinance. I would also draw your attention to packet page 28, the second to last sentence of subsection F, as in Frank. There you see another exception to the lot size, and I'll explain how that applies apparently in this context by reference to the diagram that I passed out. So the diagram is intended to show in simplistic terms the entire lot that I own. And so my fee simple interest goes to the middle of the creek. And before this project was put in place in 2002 to accommodate the East Palo Alto development, there were easements in place in favor of the Santa Clara Valley Water District, and that's represented by the arrow pre-2002 easement. And then afterwards, they took more of our property. And so therefore the arrow on the far left, post 2021 easement. So what this ordinance does is it tries to alleviate the disadvantage that we suffered. There were 15 parcels beginning at West Bay Shore, going about 1,000 linear feet up. To try to reduce the disadvantage that we had by measuring the streamside setback by reference and the riparian buffer by reference to the line defining the pre-2002 easement. Anyway, so what happened is they put a flood wall in. There's now a maintenance corridor there. Nothing can grow there. They clear it out, and sometimes we have unhoused people in that corridor. But in any event, we put up our security fence, and what I'm trying to show here is that the 40-foot setback takes up, in my case, about 75% of my backyard. Even with the advantage of starting the setback, the 40-foot setback, at the old easement line. So the old easements were crooked because the creek moved. So if you're going to define setbacks by reference to the old easement lines, you're going to run into problems as each applicant comes before you. So I think it might be better to define by reference to the new easement lines, which are defined by the current fences, even though that might be it might be disadvantageous, and then perhaps reduce the setback for those of us. The other thing is that I think it would be wise to think about, as a policy matter, sweetening the opportunity for private property owners to grant easements to the water district for purposes of flood control by reference to these development opportunities. And finally, I think, in reference to some of the comments that the commissioners have done today, I think it would be worth considering putting examples into the regulations. This is quite common in the IRS, where they have a rule and then they have an example. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shore.
Next is our Zoom speakers. First is Liz Gardner.
Go ahead, Ms. Gardner.
Yes, thank you. I have experience 7 years working at the Sacramento River Preservation Trust. And listening to the discussion tonight, it's really kind of sad that a lot of this discussion is about encroachment on private property for our watershed. I think that if we were talking about these watersheds being our actual drinking water in Palo Alto, there'd be a very different discussion tonight. But because it's Hetch Hetchy that we drink, this is a different discussion. So I did want to just talk a little bit about the contentious or what I consider the contentious area of California Avenue. From what I've researched is that Cal Ave, at least on West Cal Ave, is a paved over creek, which was once the Santa Rita Creek, which was also a fork of the San Francisco Creek. There's very little of the natural habitat left. In fact, you can't even tell it was a creek unless you looked at certain things like the grates on the concrete, or how lush the grass is over at Cecini and Wilson, or there are some capped wells over there that get monitored. California Avenue is actually still a habitat for the coyote and for golden eagles. I have pictures. These wildlife have been traveling this creek for hundreds of years. And this is just from my novice research. What's going to happen with this? I've been hearing the discussion tonight that capped over creeks are not going to be included in this ordinance. West Cal Ave, or the section of SRP, Stanford Research Park, College Terrace, Stanford, Mayfield, historic Mayfield, which has now been paved over to allow for commercial corporate sites such as Tesla and all kinds of Cecini and Wilson and all kinds of corporations. And also the service road, what I'm going to call the service road of Hanover, that leads to California, that leads to El Camino Real. California Avenue West, which Google calls, I guess, south. I don't know why, but I think it goes back to the topography of the Santa Rita Creek. It's just very degraded. There's lots of semis, lots of fifth wheels, lots of noise, lots of vibration. There's actually a weight limit sign on Cal Ave that says nothing over 2 tons. Well, that's not even adhered to because you've got all kinds of deliveries taking place all day, every day, including Saturdays, Sundays, and an exemption, I guess. So I'm just here to say that let's include some paved over creeks. I mean, just to think that the Santa Rita Creek was actually an overflow of the San Francisco Creek. Obviously, that was a natural flood mitigation that nature just did on its own. Now we're having to control floods because we do things like covering over natural habitated creeks. I just would like some recognition that, or some understanding about Cal Ave and why, I guess, why this creek was covered over, why it's a paved street, why it's degraded, and how can we restore some of its natural habitat to obviously you're not going to take it up and, make it a creek again, but somehow where we're supporting the wildlife that I've seen that still come along this creek and have for maybe even thousands of years. So I live at 2500 El Camino Real, related Mayfield Place. I'm right, I guess, on Mayfield. I'm not sure, but let's pay attention to what was once there in our subterranean creeks that once really fed a beautiful watershed and a natural habitat in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, next is Dashiell Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the conservation coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. As Shani from the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance mentioned, we sent an email with proposed recommendations for this ordinance, and we do hope you consider them tonight. I'll be talking about a few key ones, some of which Shani has already brought up. Section D, Exemption 6, currently provides a blanket exemption for storage buildings no greater than 120 square feet. As Shani mentioned, these buildings often contain hazardous, toxic, and flammable materials, and they're prone to being swept down the streams during natural disasters. They're also vulnerable to fires and flooding. So we do hope you remove this exemption. Section 4, Exceptions A, minor exceptions, subsection 3, it allows for an alternate stream setback to be the average of existing setbacks of the adjoining property or properties, rather than the stream setback requirement in Table 1. We think that this exception threatens to negate the purpose of this ordinance. There are a lot of parcels along the creek that are already developed, so this could become the default choice for all new development, leading to the further reduction and constriction of the riparian corridor. So we do recommend removing this exemption as well. Section 1, stream side setback requirements, C, uses and structures. Subsection 2 contains a clause that allows for loading docks, trash enclosures, chemical storage areas, stationary noise producing equipment to be located 50 feet from the top of bank and even closer than 50 feet where setback requirements make compliance, quote, impractical, unquote. None of these structures or equipment should be permitted within this setback, and there should not be an inherent exemption that allows them to be 50 feet from the top of the bank. So we do recommend removing this section as well. Furthermore, the word impractical is subjective. So if this allowance is to be considered at all, we do recommend replacing impractical with the word impossible. But again, we would like this section to be removed. Section 3, slope stability protection area, subsection B reads, no structures or uses are permitted within the slope stability protection area unless an exemption is granted by the Director of Public Works, where the applicant provides a geotechnical slope stability analysis demonstrating that the proposed development would not threaten the stability of the stream bank slope, require introduction of hardscape in order to maintain the stream bank slope, or be at risk of damage from future bank stability or erosion, and demonstrating how maintenance and repair of the stream could be provided with proposed development in place. This is also a section we recommend removing. This ordinance is really broad, and it's much broader in its intent to protect streams from hardening. All creeks meander, so this seems like a loophole that could harden the creeks piece by piece and potentially eliminate riparian ecosystems over time. It does contradict the Palo Alto 2030 Comprehensive Plan Policy N-3.2, which directs, quote, prevent the further channelization and degradation of Palo Alto's creeks, end quote. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. We do hope you look at all of the recommendations contained in our email. We do hope you move this ordinance forward with the proposed recommendations we've discussed tonight and sent to you. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Leeds.
And last is Linny.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Linnea Wickstrom. I live on Monroe Drive in Palo Alto, and I back up to Adobe Creek, which of course you know is channelized. I'd just like to mention that 40 feet of setback would impact my ability to build an ADU, because I sited my house to save trees, and I'd like to put an ADU in the backyard, but with 40 feet taken out of it, that would probably be impossible. I didn't see any pictures I didn't hear anything addressing ADUs. I urge you to recommend a lesser setback than 40 feet. I consider that the same setback for channelization and natural creeks seems not to consider a big difference, even though I do hear the climate change argument. I'm afraid that an ADU would be considered to be development encroaching on the stream review area, and getting into city processes for exceptions could get complicated. Like the speaker who talked about his property on Edgewood, a 40-foot setback takes up a lot, or a very large percentage of a long, narrow lot. And it would be great if the pre-easement lines could be used, because the last 25 feet of my property extends to the middle of the channel. So I would appreciate your considering a lesser setback or taking into account ADUs in the list of exceptions, which could be easily allowed to encroach partially, at least, into the stream review area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wickstrom. All right.
Sorry, there was one last hand from Winter.
Okay, let's take this one, but normally we don't take comments that pop up 5 minutes after the staff presentation ends, but I'm going to allow this one.
Okay, I'm unmuted, right?
Yes.
Okay, and thank you for that. You know, I did raise my hand and I hit something and lowered it, so I apologize. And thank you for being generous. So I'm concerned about Matadero Creek. I'm not sure if it's even mentioned by name in staff report and stuff. I did really quickly review the materials, so I may have missed some things and I apologize if I did. But nonetheless, the natural Matadero Creek runs all through Barron Park. It should not be left out of your thinking in this discussion. It is under threat from the massive development at Creekside Inn and of course, redevelopment within my neighborhood of who knows what. There's a lot split right now that's directly on the creek, right across the creek from Bowl Park. So it's not an enormous lot. It's a lot split. They're building two, and I think one has an ADU. And it just worries me. I think about runoff into the creek. I think about all kinds of things. But the creek flows year round until near where it goes into its concrete culvert that runs across a good part of the city. Its riparian corridor runs through Barron Park, of course, and protection of it is vital, as are the banks of the creek. We need to do better, certainly, than our current ordinance, which is unbelievably inadequate. The letter from Bird Alliance and Sierra Club states riparian corridors are valued environmental resources whose integrity provides vital habitat and connectivity for fish, birds, plants, and other wildlife. That is certainly our experience here in Barron Park as we woke up one day, so to speak, and found two muskrats. Bill had built a little den in Matadero Creek, just at the far end of Bull Park, near the donkey paddock. Muskrats, so they were they're not rats. They used to be very plentiful all over the Bay Area, and then they were gone, for the most part, just gone. And that they had come back to Palo Alto, made their way from the Bay up the riparian corridor till they found a place that seemed good to them. Who knows muskrat thinking in terms of location of housing, but there you have it. This is an important thing to protect Matadero Creek. It supports all kinds of species, biodiversities from birds and fish and various other things, birds large and small. I'm concerned about fences. So fences being very close to creek banks, such as proposed at the Creekside Inn redevelopment, which involves hundreds of units of housing, townhouses, and a large hotel. It also proposes an underground garage. And I believe that underground garage is still sited about 10 feet from the creek. So Matadero Creek runs diagonal across the entire Creekside Inn property, diagonal. Plans show the underground, I already said that, about 10 feet away. I'm concerned about exceptions. Exceptions should not be allowed to undermine the protections in this ordinance as they easily do in our current ordinance. The proposed ordinance states applicants requesting a major exception. Now, this is not a minor exception, a major exception from a required stream setback must submit documentation supporting all three findings. I'm not going to go into what the three findings are, but what I want to know is who makes these findings? It doesn't say, unless there's some other set of ordinance, a different code that says, but who makes these findings? What is actually required? And what level of expertise is needed to overcome bank, stream, and riparian corridor protections. This lack of detail must be included in an updated or new ordinance. Major exceptions should require a high bar of proof and therefore seldom granted. Earth first. Natural streams, their banks and riparian corridors, the biodiversity they sustain must be subject to stringent protections within urban Palo Alto. Any new ordinance must reflect this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Dellenbach. Okay, I think that concludes our public comments. So now we're going to bring back to the commission for comments, and I've already got 2 lights, so we'll have Commissioner Heckman and then Commissioner Aiken.
Thank you, and thank you to the public for those comments. So I have a lot to say about this draft ordinance, so much so that I think I'm going to need 4 rounds. I've broken up my remarks into 4 rounds to allow the other commissioners equal, I don't know if they'll need equal time, but time. But I want to start with a disclosure, which I didn't remember until he spoke here tonight. Shortly after our study session, I exchanged emails with Mr. Shore, who spoke to us tonight, resident of Edgewood, where he, at that point, there was no draft ordinance. He expressed his concerns about what its contents might be. And he actually reminded me that back when the flood wall he referenced was being constructed, the Valley Water acquired rights from property owners, and my firm was involved in those acquisitions, although my memory is I was not. I was doing other things and was not. Anyway, I want to disclose that. So in this first tranche of my comments, I really want to sort of go overview and say that I don't believe that there is any way that this commission can act tonight in a way to give staff sufficient direction that this can move on to council. I think I think there are going to be too many revisions and clarifications and reworking of this ordinance that are just, it's not going to be the kind of thing where we can say, make these changes and go to council. And I think in the questions that I heard from other commissioners, I'm getting a flavor of that from other commissioners as well. So this is not a, I'd feel differently about this ordinance if we were planning a new city. And these are the rules we want to protect these creeks as we start to build. But that's not what Palo Alto is. And so what this really is going to be an overlay on the built environment that is Palo Alto from Foothill to 101. And so maybe parts of it, I think, probably will mostly work well. Foothill West, but there are a lot of problems that I think need to be fixed that maybe aren't intended, but they will occur. They need to be fixed before this moves on to the council. And in a lot of our planning commission hearings where somebody is proposing to do something on their property, we hear, commissioners often talk about the impact this has on the people next to whatever that thing is, and discussions of quality of life. And I would submit that tonight, the quality of life issue is for the people next to the thing. And the thing is any kind of water course other than a channelized underground water course to which this doesn't apply. And according to the existing conditions report, it looks like there are 10,000 parcels that are adjacent to some water course. I wasn't clear on what Ms. Cha, the 900 or so, that was obviously some subset. And frankly, the numbers in the existing conditions report weren't entirely clear to me, but it's a huge number of parcels that this is going to have an effect on. And because that is so, I think that once we have an ordinance that the Planning Commission can recommend to the council, I think there's an intermediate step that needs to happen, and that is a more robust public period, another community meeting perhaps, where people can really understand with examples how this is going to affect their future use of their parcel, which almost certainly is built, because almost every parcel in Palo Alto is. And so the only other point I wanted to make is one of the written comments we got was on the issue of streamside lighting, and I'm glad they brought that up, because my memory is when we were talking about lighting, we said we're going to have special rules for streams. Let's put it with the stream rules. And now if we're going to do it the other way, that's okay with me, but we don't want to just let it drop through a crack. So if it's not here now, so let's make sure that when we see the lighting ordinance that there's a section for that. So I'm going to stop there with my first round. Thank you.
Commissioner Aiken, and then we'll have Commissioner Suma.
Okay, thank you. Yes, there is a great deal to consider here, and I'm looking forward to hearing what my fellow commissioners have to say. So I'll make it easy and just hit a couple of more specific topics on this round. One on setbacks and one on fences. Those of us who have survived the contextual setback process in other projects are very much aware of the ratcheting effect that having the averaging of adjacent properties can have on what's possible on a given property. One way out of this, of course, is to just do as a commenter suggested and set the fixed large setback. If you are looking for a compromise between averaging and the large fixed setback, then there are options available. The two that I think work the best are that you allow the use of the average setback minus a fixed amount. I'm sorry, for the setback, that's plus a fixed amount. So you might say, well, you can use the average plus 10 feet. And over time, that will ratchet the setback away from the creek. A faster solution that achieves the same end is the Zeno's paradox approach. You say you must go halfway between the average and the fixed setback. But either way, you offer some protection to the existing property owners while achieving the goal of moving the construction away from the creek in the long run. Second comment is about fences. So let me talk about packet page 26, which talks about fences in the riparian buffer zone. So these are interesting fences. They don't keep animals or humans in or out. They don't block any sound. They don't block any light. They're not on the property line, so they don't mark the property line. So the question I have is, do these fences actually serve any useful function? And if they don't, why are we allowing them at all? So I'm looking forward to observations along those lines. Thank you. That's it for now.
Commissioner Suma and then Templeton.
So thank you to staff and to our public speakers. And I want to say that I agree with the comments made by my colleagues so far. And we got the Mid-Peninsula letter very late today, which is not anybody, it's not our fault, but and I noticed though that it does coincide with many of the observations by Sierra Club and the newly named Bird Alliance. So I think these are our experts. So I'm very troubled about, okay, so let me start over. I do think we had enough last minute notifications from public who were concerned in the built urbanized part of Palo Alto, especially near channelized creeks, that 40 feet was not going to be workable, 40-foot setback. Alternatively, I think that there are too many exceptions and reductions of what we're proposing, where the, especially where the, in our wildlife interface area, in our open space areas. Because we set these big standards and then we have all these possible ways of reducing them that I don't think is very useful. Commissioner Aiken mentioned two of them, both Mid-Penn and Sierra Club mentioned a problem with a very low fence that would affect endangered species. You cannot, I think somebody mentioned this, but I wasn't sure. You need, in addition to the riparian border, which requires that we have riparian appropriate plantings in it, you need to have a 30-foot, elsewhere our code requires a 30-foot vacant of vegetation area for a defense against fire. So altogether, that means that's a 60-foot area, not a 30-foot area. So I think that needs to be clarified. I think the major exceptions, I have a preference. I think minor exceptions are happening at the director's level. I think major exceptions should be a variance so the public can weigh in on them. I have a problem with the average between, you know, when we have a new standard for building standards, we don't say, oh, but you can average it to the oldest, you know, standards on either side of you. So I don't know why we would approach that here, especially in our most sensitive stream side areas. So, and I think we definitely need to go more public outreach. I think people didn't know this was going to happen. I don't know if there's 920 affected properties in the urbanized area or what Commissioner Heckman said, which was considerably more. So I think we need more information. And I'm very sad because I would like to advance this as quickly as possible because it's long past due. But I'm not even sure we can, I don't even know how to go through it unless we go through it line by line, which is always a terribly time-consuming thing to do. So those are my initial and certainly not all my thoughts this evening. Thank you.
Commissioner Tumbleton and then Rectal.
Thank you. This is a question for staff. What cities did you research to base these proposed ordinance on?
We probably about a dozen different cities. I will.
It's okay to mention them. I mean, whatever you can think of.
Well, I can't think of them all. They were in the first staff report, so I can't think of them all offhand. Closest to here would be San Jose, Santa Clara County, San Carlos, Fremont.
That's good. That's good. Thank you. Yeah, because I'm having the same feeling as several of my colleagues have mentioned that this is not close to being ready for Palo Alto. And I'm trying to figure how we can do this without reinventing the wheel. I think some of the suggestions that have been made are pretty good, especially the chance for the public to weigh in a different setting. This might not be the right setting because we're going to end up doing, as Commissioner Suma said, going line by line, and that's a lot of time here in this space that may not be the best use of any of our time. I guess my suggestion would be to look at cities that are more closer to Palo Alto's size and geography. That's I've done some work with Valley Water and in San Jose areas. It's very different just in terms of scale. And I'm wondering if we might be able to learn something that would be useful from looking at those areas too. That's not to say, you know, I don't want to restart anything, but it might be possible to look at some areas that are more similar to Palo Alto to get some inspiration. You did mention San Carlos, which I think is probably a little smaller and more in the hilly by the bay kind of nature of Palo Alto, but I wonder if there's other cities that could be inspiration as well. I also know that at Valley Water, we looked at renaturalizing some creeks and riparian corridors that might be interesting to take a look at from the perspective of what has worked and what hasn't, and what can we learn from that for here, because we don't want to I guess I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I don't want to miss out on things that we've already learned in other neighboring areas as we go into here, because this is a lot and people in our community will be very frustrated if we get it wrong. So there's going to be a lot of scrutinizing these ordinances. So I hope that is an early direction of where we're going. I be standing by to see if we have any more to add before we motion to continue or whatever we're going to do. Thank you.
Okay, then we're going to have Vice Chair Rechtel and then Commissioner Liu.
Okay, yeah, so this is kind of both too little and too much. I mean, I think that in the foothills area, you know, Shawnee's letter I thought was very good, and she brought some very good points. I think a lot of those could be incorporated into the west of Foothill and make that more strict. We have more room there, so we can be more onerous on it. But on the other hand, in the urban areas, especially against the channelized creeks, I think it's too much. I don't see channelized creeks as being a hotbed of wildlife. And so I think we have to be more forgiving there and not put as much restrictions on the landowners. Then the middle one is that in the urban areas, in natural creeks, I'm torn about that. I don't know how much of an impact this is on landowners. And I really, between outreach, public outreach, and also just more information. How big are these lots? Is 40 feet a big chunk of their lot? I don't think I have enough information to decide whether what we're suggesting is going to be appropriate for naturalized creek in the urban area. So then, can you go to slide 17? I want to talk about the majors exceptions. If someone had a lot, and let's say on a natural creek in the urban area, and they thought what we were doing was too onerous, they would have to do a major exception here. What would there be fees associated with this?
I don't believe we have any fees currently proposed at this.
Okay.
So mostly it would have to be folded into the permits they would require to have that proposed. So if it's discretionary permit, it'll be part of that review. If it is a building permit, it'll be part of the review as well. But for major exception, if for some reason the project requires only building permit, that would have to actually turn into a discretionary.
Okay, and so what kind of delay would this be?
We cannot determine how much additional time would be added, but it'll be folded into whatever the permit review timeline that this particular project usually requires.
I mean, these criteria, when I look on slide 17, they look reasonable, but they seem kind of vague. And it seems like it could be arbitrarily decided one way or another, depending on the people's bent. And so I just feel really unsettled looking at this. I understand exception process is a good way of being flexible, but are we adding flexibility or are we adding uncertainty? I'm not sure if we're doing a good service here or not. Anyway, so those are my comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Liu?
Thank you. I agree that we need more public outreach, and I agree that I don't think this is ready for council right now. I think there's a lot of details and also some unpredictability of how those details pan out. I also agree with a lot of the comments so far. Notably, I think removing the conflicts between the fire protection buffer and the setbacks here makes a lot of sense and needs to be clarified. I think one exemption, the exemption that I mentioned earlier about expansion of existing development along channelized streams and urbanized areas, that's doing a lot of work for me in terms of giving more flexibility while also actually still protecting the environment. But I think that exemption, which is so powerful, is a little bit vague and needs to be actually clarified. I'm not sure how that would cover a potential ADU or how that would cover a potential commercial property that wanted to do a major expansion, like we have warehouses and miscellaneous kind of buildings abutting the channelized creek by Matadero. I'm for flexibility, but I just don't understand what limits there are in that exemption. So those were all the major comments for this round, so I'll cut it off there. Thank you.
Okay, I was really excited about this, particularly, and I do have to, I can see how hard staff and Mr. Gardner have worked on this, because I actually think that when you take it apart and really look at the impacts, it seems pretty doable. So I know I'm kind of maybe a little bit different from my fellow commissioners that way. That said, because I don't fully understand everything, that's where I really concur with a lot of what Vice Chair Rechtel said, specifically with respect to how the ordinance impacts people in the impact properties between Foothill and 101. What I'm really loath to do, though, is because I think we actually have agreement on the areas east of 101 and west of Foothill. And that's also the highest impact area to protect. We have already seen come before the commission in the time since the comp plan was adopted, I believe 3 different projects in the open space with creek running through them. And this ordinance would have affected things. And at the time when these projects came before us, many of us said, well, I guess our hands are a little bit tied because we hadn't updated the ordinance yet. And so while I want public comment for the impact on the urbanized areas, I actually think with respect to west of Foothill and east of 101, I think we've got a pretty good ordinance, especially if you take into account, if you take the public comments from the Sierra, from Ms. Kleinhaus and Mr. Leeds. I thought they were very, very thoughtful, particularly the one about the 60-foot riparian buffer there. So I don't want to, I mean, we've already delayed many years. I don't know how much longer we would delay. And really the bulk of the benefit here is in the wilder areas. So I wonder if there's something that can be salvaged. It may not be practical, but those are my thoughts for the initial round. Commissioner Templeton, then Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I guess that was, to your point, part of my question is some of these comments that are coming in from major organizations were not among the list of things that were consulted to make this these updates. And I'm just wondering if you can speak to that as well. Thank you. Did you speak to any of the organizations that submitted these suggestions?
Yes, we did. So the ordinance did try to include the direction from those discussions. However, they did not have an ordinance to look at until now. So now they're able to provide much more detailed. So it was trying to capture the intent and the spirit from those earlier meetings, but until you have something to mark up.
So like a first draft versus a final draft kind of situation?
Right. Well, and initially the meetings we're working on ordinance. What are things we should be looking at? So it was a much broader, higher level discussion. We weren't getting into the particulars of how many feet or what have you. It did include discussion of, the merits of why are setbacks important and, how does it relate to the different topographical conditions, things like that, riparian. So again, the ordinance was trying to capture those in a general sense, but it's the specifics of that allows more particular comments like what we've received since.
Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. So before I start the round two, I do want to say that in my initial comments and the comments I have, I don't mean to imply that I don't think staff made a really strong first effort. We are balancing a lot of competing wants and needs here, and that's a real challenge. And as Commissioner Templeton mentioned, we're not the first to do it. And so we have the benefit of seeing how other places have done it. And I remember from the study session being impressed by the extent of the thoroughness of the research that the staff and the consultants had done to try to gather what was at that point the base information before starting to construct the ordinance. So I do appreciate the work here, and I come from a perspective of somebody who works with ordinances like this a lot, and so maybe I see things that aren't readily apparent, and I want to bring those out. But it's not intended as any kind of criticism, but really more of a collaboration. So in the second round, what I want to talk about is the areas that are subject to the potential 150-foot setback. And really, I don't have a lot to say about the areas west of Foothill. Those are largely large acre lots. And there you have the origins of the water courses, if you will. Whereas when we look at the area around 101 and east of 101, this is the confluence of a much, these big watersheds that are kind of funneled into these areas. And so I don't have a lot to say about that area to the west of Foothill, other than this 30-foot additional fire break setback, which I'm familiar with. It sounds like what we're talking about there is we've got a 30-foot riparian buffer, and beyond that we have another 120 feet of streamside setback, if I'm understanding right, or maybe it's 100 feet. And that's one of the issues we'll get to in the, but in any event, this 30-foot clear space, which fire requires in the high fire areas, that would not be in addition, that would not be behind the 150, but rather just behind the riparian area, this riparian buffer, so that you're not clearing the riparian vegetation. So, and I think that is, that seems logical and reasonable. All right, so I'm really going to focus on this area around it, mostly east of 101, but not entirely. So in our staff report, but this could actually apply both west and east. So our staff report indicates, and again, the numbers in the existing conditions report, a little bit hard to follow, but at least 31 parcels in this area of the 150 that are half acre or less. All right, so just to remind everybody, 150 by 150 foot square is just barely over a half acre. And so that means if I am up in the hills and I have a half acre square on a creek, the streamside setback is going to cover all of my property. And so no part of it is buildable. Now, of course, properties aren't all square, particularly up in the hills, right? But some of them are kind of long. We have seen actually some, but they had they were longer along the creek than they were deep. And then there are some that are the other way. But there are, we could be looking at a half acre to 2 acre parcels, of which I think there were quite a few more, another 88 or something, where this could preclude development. And so when we look at our ordinance about how to contend with that. It appears to me that they're not going to qualify for a minor exception. And in my fourth round, I'm going to go through the ordinance and I'll explain why. And so they're going to be looking at a major exception. And when we get to round 4, I'll explain why we're not going to be able to make those findings as currently written. And so that's a real problem, that we don't have a relief valve when we're potentially making someone's property unbuildable through regulation. And it's just a problem we need to fix in the drafting of the ordinance. But now let me give you some examples of the way this ordinance is currently written around 101. So I'm going to start on San Francisquito Creek. It has box culvert going under 101. When it daylights on the other side, of course, you've got East Palo Alto on one side. That's not the subject of our ordinance. We're looking at the south side. So there's a flood wall there that the Valley Water built about 4 years ago. And the first reach of that flood wall is adjacent to what is now a painting contractor, used to be a body shop and an upholstery shop. And that flood wall rises at that point maybe 6 feet above the grade. And right behind that flood wall, there is about 10 feet of concrete and then 2 buildings. And then on the other side of those buildings is a parking lot, and the parking lot kind of reaches around one side. And I believe that I believe that all of those buildings are within 150 feet of the creek. The bank of the creek there would be the flood wall. Now, the purpose of the flood wall is to keep things from passing to and fro, particularly keep the flood water from going onto that property and the properties beyond it. And so the purposes for this ordinance are to protect the quality of the creek water. And that can't, a property behind a flood wall does not pose that risk. So I don't think that property poses that risk, and yet it's subject to the ordinance. It's not residentially zoned, low density residentially zoned. It's not subject to the ordinance. And so I think to the extent they wanted to do something, again, the minor exception doesn't apply except to these minor low residential. So they're looking at the major exception, and for reasons I'll explain later, it won't work. So you keep following the flood wall. Now you go past Valley Water property, and they can, if they're concerned about your ordinance, they can come here and say so. But then you pass the Valley Water property. Next, you have the international school. And the flood wall is continuing, and now between the flood wall and the international school is a service road that is unpaved. It's a gravel road, open to bikers and hikers, and I walk on it all the time. And then there's a very tall fence and the international school, and I am pretty certain that a substantial part of their buildings are within 150 feet of the flood wall, which is the top of bank in that location. And again, that flood wall means that nothing that happens at international school, which incidentally is kind of down lower. And so its water, I don't think, can even flow to the creek if there was no flood wall. It can have no impact on the creek. And so now, and beyond that, once you get past that, you're at the Greer Ballpark, right? And then the golf course past that as the creek channel meanders toward the bay. And so I question whether this ordinance should even apply there at all. And related to that, I think that there should be in our ordinance a definition of a flood wall, and there should be an exemption for properties behind flood walls. And that may well apply to the properties on Edgewood, the 15, I think we heard, properties that have a flood wall. Again, because the risk to the creek are not present in that situation. The other example, and I mentioned this road, this service road, we have a lot of these. And I think that the exemption for properties separated from the creek by what is currently says a public street, it should apply to service roads, paved or unpaved. And a good example of that is if you look over at the Pinewood School, which is on the west side of 101, right next to a channelized portion of Adobe Creek, I think at that point, which has service roads on both sides of it. And those are actually fenced in, so only Valley Water can get in there. On the Pinewood side, there's also a bike. They graciously, I think, provided us some land to make the extension of the bike lane with the new bridge. But again, in that situation, now that's a channelized creek at that point, I think. And this addresses one of the concerns that one of our call-in speakers had, that she was concerned about an ADU along a channelized creek. And I do think that in the exemption D8, expansion of existing development along channelized streams in urbanized areas, I think that might be, packet page 23 toward the bottom of the page. I think that exemption may protect that particular concern of that particular person living in that particular location. But I think we need to think about that. But I think that wherever there's a street, whether it's a road, whether it's a paved public road or a service road, we need to think about whether these things we're trying to protect for the creek need to be protected in that scenario. So those are my comments on the 150-foot setback areas. Thank you.
Amazingly, I don't have any lights right now. So I'm listening to the very thoughtful comments of all my fellow commissioners here, and I just have to say I'm so impressed with everybody, and I love serving with all of these people up here. So one of the ideas I'm trying to figure out how to proceed. And what I heard was that there is some consensus about more public comments, definitely for the urbanized area. And so I'm wondering if and also, at least I don't know if this is consensus, this is my personal desire to have maybe one piece move more quickly than the other piece because of both the benefit to the environment and also the much decreased impact potentially for property owners. Although Commissioner Heckman did bring up a lot of really good comments there. So what I'm wondering is if staff can split this into two parts of an ordinance, bring one back very quickly to us, and then run the other one through more public comment. But I don't think that it, kind of from what I'm hearing so far, that any of it is really ready to go on to council tonight. And so Ms. Armour, I'd love to hear your thoughts, but also, I'm just trying to read minds here and figure out what the consensus is. So I would like to hear from my fellow commissioners after we hear from Ms. Armour too.
Thank you for the opportunity just to provide some initial recommendation from staff's perspective. We would not recommend this be broken into two parts. There are changes in definitions of terms and things here that it just it would become too messy from our perspective to try and break it into two parts. So on that would be our recommendation. And then just to make sure that there's a clear understanding, that previous outreach included a number of different things, but also included over 5,500 mailers. While we always do hope for public comment and public input, there's no way to force it, but we do try to do that outreach. And so if there is specific additional suggestions that the commission has, we can look into the possibility of doing those things and whether there is budget available for that. And if there are specific or even general changes that there's a consensus on, as much specificity and direction at this point as possible, especially in a getting kind of a poll vote or something would be very helpful.
Okay. When you mentioned the public, the noticing for the 5,500, is that the little postcard that was sent probably, I mean, I received it about a week ago?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I think the issue there is that the postcard wasn't, the implication for somebody who lives right along the creek is pretty significant given the size of their parcel and the size of the setback. And so I don't think that was clear in the postcard. And so that would be my concern. And I think that's what everybody else is saying. So Commissioner Templeton?
Yeah, I feel exactly the same way. I just want to know more about the postcard, if that is meant to slow us down in terms of our concerns, because that is a small number of households, and just I don't know how those households were chosen. And I have a lot of questions, and that information is information. It's good to know, but I'm not sure it's going to change how we feel about getting public input. And it doesn't mean that you haven't attempted to start that conversation, but we're trying to say we need more time, and we need to see that information somehow summarized and incorporated, which you haven't yet had time to do, even if you had reached out to more people. So suggestions would include some of the things that the transportation team has done. And the NVCAP, for example, had a session where we had invited people that were in a neighborhood impacted by the conversation. So we could invite people to sessions about, maybe focused on each creek area or whatever however we want to divide it. We could do the 3 divisions that we have here, but being able to have a meeting where everybody can talk together and understand a specific time and have enough notice to come down and participate. I think those are some suggestions off the bat. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma?
Thank you very much. I think that people needed to see this version of the ordinance to react to. One of you mentioned this, maybe Mr. Gardner, to be able to have response time. I think it was timing that was not the lack of outreach. Postcards, I think it said in the staff report within 300 feet, postcards were sent out, but people didn't have enough time to absorb it. But this is what always happens. I mean, this is the first time the public has really had an opportunity to see this. So I think what we need to do is incorporate all the ideas you get tonight from the commission, but also very much from the public and our organizations, Mid-Penn, Sierra Club, Bird Alliance, all of those people. I want to see all of those ideas incorporated. And what I think it amounts to, and we had very specific analysis of east of 101 and some of the things there. I think one thing that may have been missing was the travel of contaminants through groundwater in places where there's not a direct, where there's wall, so some kind of escape of something we didn't want in a creek wouldn't be able to get there, but there is a groundwater issue also. So I think we probably have to think about that, but that analysis of that specific area was very clear, I thought. And then I think Commissioner Reckdahl put it well, we're doing too little in some places and too much in some places. And I think that we need maps to, whoever brought up the map issue at the beginning, I forget. I think we need maps that show our zones and the specific precise, so we can overlay the 3 areas kind of east of 101, the area between 101 and Foothill, and then the other one, so we can see. I mean, some of the problems wouldn't happen in the open space zone necessarily, where the lots are the parcels have a minimum large size. But of course, there's the configuration that Commissioner Heckman mentioned. Some go along in the creeks and some don't. So, but we have some below, some between Foothill, some above Foothill, west of Foothill, that might in fact be sort of more urban, typical size lots that would be affected more like the others. So I think we need to just get more information and consider this, a reasonable outreach for the first draft of the ordinance.
It sounds like, so I think, we're going to continue. This is what we're saying. We'd like to see it again. But it sounds like the staff would benefit from another round of kind of more specific comments about where each commissioner has some specific thoughts. So I think we keep going and give the direction so that all those edits can be incorporated in another round. Yes?
Yeah, through the chair. Just in particular, we've had public comments that kind of go in opposite directions. And so in particular, when there are things like that, getting clarification from the commission so that staff isn't choosing between those different recommendations from the public. It wouldn't be feasible for us to implement all the public comments because in many cases they conflict.
So unfortunately, we don't have a list of all of those things because that would make it much easier for us to make sure that we gave you comments on this. So I'm trying to figure out procedurally, like how to best do this, because I'm pretty sure we could all opine if we had a list. And I'm operating off of the list that is the Bird Alliance and Sierra Club one, and I thought that was a pretty good starting point. But I don't know how we should proceed.
So I would start by observing that the increased protections in the areas that are west of Foothill and east of 101, that there seemed to, in many cases, be support for that. And then there was an interest in maybe accommodating something that had less impact on individual property owners in the urbanized area. And so giving that that indication of generally where the other caution that I would express in terms of the additional staff work that might be requested is, with an ordinance like this, we're not going to be able to go parcel by parcel to assess what the impact is. Really, this is larger regulations. It is going to impact a lot of different parcels in different ways. And that really is the reason for having these exception processes within. And so if there is direction on how to better adjust those exceptions so that it helps you on your next review to move this forward, I think that is another area to consider. Thank you.
Commissioner Templeton, did you have something that you wanted to say?
I just need to step away and pick up my son. Thank you.
Okay. So then I think that the rest of us can continue with the comments because I think we did prepare. I know that Commissioner Heckman has some, I have some. I'm going to go ahead right now because there's no lights. And I was going to say that I'm going to break up my comments into sort of the 150 feet areas. So the way I think about it is the three areas, right? Open space west of Foothill, between Foothill and 101, and 101 into the Baylands. And I think that if we all kind of like group our comments that way, that will be helpful. That's what Commissioner Heckman's already started doing and what Commissioner Suma already alluded to. So if I think about the open space area west of Foothills, there was the comment that Commissioner Heckman made about this potentially precluding with the 150 feet stream side setback, that it might preclude development. I'm not particularly concerned about that because all those parcels up there, if I understand correctly, I might not be understanding correctly, but if they're in open space, they have to come before, it's discretionary approval anyway. And so that's where the exceptions process, I think, actually works decently well, with maybe the comment that I actually think that if it's up in open space, it should require a variance. Like, it's a pretty big deal because that the comment that I think Vice Chair Rechtel made about who's the one making these findings, like it needs to be a pretty high bar, at least for me, if it is up in the open space. That's not necessarily the case if it's in the urban areas. And I don't really know enough about the area for 101 that, Commissioner Heckman was talking a lot about. So that's my comment about that area. I actually think that the vast majority of the Sierra Club and the Bird Alliance's comments as they relate to the area west of Foothills makes a lot of sense. Let somebody else have a turn now. Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, I'm going on round 3, so I don't want to deprive somebody else from a second round if there's anybody else.
Well, can I just suggest then that if anybody else has specific comments about the section that Commissioner Heckman and I have already spoken about, west of Foothills, if they could light it up right now, and then we'll kind of let staff gather up all those comments and then we'll go on to more. Okay, Commissioner Suma.
Okay, I think I'm being repetitive, but I do agree that the comments made from Mid-Penn and Sierra Club Bird Alliance should be taken into consideration. And I think that they are experts in their field, and that is the area that we are most concerned with when it comes to really having the most setbacks, et cetera.
So can I ask for a clarification for you, Commissioner Suma? So we're talking about the comments from the Bird Alliance and the Sierra Club as they relate specifically.
And Mid-Penn, yes.
And
as
Mid-Penn,
they relate specifically to the 150-foot areas.
Yes, the 100-foot. Okay, so great.
And I would also take into consideration Commissioner Heckman's comments about the area east of 101, because he seems to have very detailed knowledge of it. So that's where I am on that.
Great, thank you. Okay, now we have Commissioner Liu.
Yeah, just to react on one comment you said, Chair, was I think it is true that there is a discretionary process where, of course, there's room to evaluate exceptions, like major exceptions within the context. But given the high costs of getting a development project even started, I'm unsure. I think that would definitely have a strong chilling effect, wherein it would be extraordinarily risky to spend, hundreds of thousands of dollars on something that by default is not allowed and would require a variance. So I think there's still some room in the major exceptions to at least clarify explicitly how those exceptions would be handled in the context of a general open space review. But I also agree that there should be that there can be a high bar for building by creeks in the west of the foothills.
Okay, Commissioner Aiken.
Yeah, I've heard a lot that I can support, but I'm going to withhold comments because I think I really need to hear what Commissioner Heckman is going to say in the remaining rounds. So.
Okay. Go ahead then, Commissioner Heckman.
Okay, so just to preview for everybody, I've got 2 tranches left. And this next one, I want to talk about the area that is potentially subject to the 40-foot stream side setback. And then in the last round, I actually want to go through the ordinance and point out a lot of areas that I think need help, and that will help illuminate some of the issues I'm more generally talking about in these earlier stages. So I'm going to talk about the stream setback in the urbanized area now. And incidentally, on the public comment, public participation issue, when I started to read this staff report, that was one of the first things that occurred is, wow, we really need to let the public know what's going on here. And when I got to the end of the staff report, I was really happy to see, I shouldn't have been surprised that staff, of course, was way ahead of this and had done a community information session back in March, which is great, and that's our staff here. But what I was talking about in my first group of remarks, a public meeting, was that would have been a conceptual meeting back in March, right? You didn't have an ordinance, you had ideas, and you want to talk to people about property rights and environmental protection. Well, now we're building an ordinance. And what I had suggested in my first group of comments is once we have an ordinance that at least the PTC feels comfortable recommending to council, this is a time when there should be a public outreach, not to go parcel by parcel, to tell people what it's going to do to them personally, but to have examples, right? There are some typical examples you will be able to draw, different zoning types, and so that people can see a close enough example to their situation to understand what the impacts are going to be, and so they can voice their concerns or support. So that was really the concept I had in terms of the next round of public participation, which I will acknowledge is an unusual step for Palo Alto or any.
So Commissioner Heckman, just to clarify, are you suggesting that after they come back to the PTC, then they do the input?
Right, because what I would like is to have the ordinance as far along as it can be so that the information that the public gets at that is as close to final as at least the PTC controls. Because what I'm expecting is when this is brought back, there'll be a revised version of the ordinance, but we may tweak it. And we may tweak it in meaningful ways. I hope if we tweak it, it's in meaningful ways. And so the analysis that would be presented to a property owner might be different if it happened before our tweaking meeting than after. So that was my thought. I mean, I don't feel strongly that way, but aren't we going to want to see the revised ordinance come back to us before we want the public to weigh in on it? I mean, shouldn't this meeting be the first time that they weigh in on it, the revised version?
Yeah, so we do all sorts, we did big zoning changes that have big changes for everybody in Palo Alto, and we didn't go through that process. So I think that part of, we said before, part of the mission of the PTC is to hear the public comment. I worry about churning. In other words, the PTC comes up with a lot of stuff, and then we get the public to opine. Then I just don't want to then have a whole nother set of changes. And so that's all. That's my only thought. Yeah. So I do understand where your head, I understand where your head is at, but my concern is churn. And I want as much of the feedback to be incorporated of the public, as much of the public comment feedback to be incorporated into the next round of the ordinance, because the reality is that the public at large doesn't have the experience that we all do to be able to, the public at large is looking at how it impacts my parcel, not how it impacts the city overall. And they don't have, for example, your legal experience, nor our experience kind of understanding unintended consequences. And so I worry about churn. That's all.
Okay. Well, so I mean, I've sort of made my pitch on, if you want to public comment.
Yeah. I mean, my thought would be, are we going to think of more things that the public doesn't know, or is the public going to inform us of stuff that we don't know? And which flow of information right now at this point is bigger? And we should do that first.
I think that the public having no ordinance to react to before, they had principles. Now that, we've seen what happened with the experts, the Sierra Club and the Bird Alliance. And I'm guessing that members of the public would also, now that they understand where this is headed, they would be able to tell us, okay, here, this direction is good or not, and be able to tell us what issues the ordinance needs to address.
I tend to agree with that. My only concern is, well, we'll see what Commissioner Heckman says about the particularly the channelized creeks, if we make changes there.
I guess my only reflection here is that, and again, I'm not sure how to read the existing conditions report, but there are like 6,600 parcels, I think, that are affected by this ordinance. And we had 3 public speakers speaking about their property. 3, right? And so it doesn't feel to me like the word has really gotten out. Yeah. So anyway, let's if I can, I want to move on to my thoughts on the area with the urbanized area. So first of all, I think that the stream side setback area should not be 40 feet. It should be 25. In our study session, we learned that most of the neighboring cities in their urbanized areas were between 20 and 25. And there was some talk, consideration in the staff report for that study session about should it be 30, should it be 40? And I had asked a question there, what is it about our creeks here in Palo Alto that make them more sensitive or more special than the creeks in these other neighboring cities that I respect? Now, I understand we got our 40 from a water collaborative guideline and with input from a flood district at 35. And that, of course, makes perfect sense that they would want those numbers because that's their mission, right? But they have the luxury of having no skin in this particular game because the ordinance that we would adopt would be the city's ordinance. And the unhappy people would be city people who are not complaining to the water collaborative or this flood district. They're complaining to the city council and our city manager and our city staff. I haven't seen any science in the staff report that says that what other cities near us, and I do think that there were I think it was most of the local cities with a couple exceptions, Menlo Park, Redwood City, Mountain View. I think a lot of those cities were included in that list of 10 or 12. And so I think that absent a really good reason to be more stringent, we should be at 25, which is on the upper range of that 2025. And frankly, if we go to 25 in the urbanized area, a lot of my other concerns disappear because we already have a 20-foot slope stabilization area. So we're really talking about another 5 feet past that. All right. So most of the 40-foot area is the urbanized area is low density residential. I think about 75% of our property here in the city is that, but some is not. And so, as I looked at the development requirements, what is it that, so I own a single family property in that zoning. If I was on Edgewood, not by a flood wall, if we exempt that, but along a creek, I'm going to be generally exempt unless I need something with development review. And I think there are a number of permits that might require development review, but the one that was mentioned here by staff was a second story. Well, land here in Palo Alto is very expensive, and there are probably exceptions that I'm not thinking of, but it seems to me every time I see a house get knocked down, a 2-story building is being built. And so what that means is wherever that happens along a water course that is natural, not channelized or underground, they're not going to be exempt. They're going to have to go through the process, and building a whole 2-story house is not going to be a minor exception. It's going to be a major. And when I get to the next round, I'll show you again my problems with what is the major exception, and there are issues with the minor exception too. So that's one of the triggers, is it doesn't require a discretionary review. The other trigger that can take away the exemption is that you propose to encroach further into the stream side setback than the existing condition. And so this is where we have the diagrams that Chair Chang referenced. But what occurred to me is these diagrams seem solely focused on the house. And I want to know about the other things that are often built behind a house, like a pool or a patio or a deck or a gazebo or an ADU. Because I don't think under the way this ordinance is written, I think those fall into B, that my residential property next to the creek is not exempt because I want an ADU behind my house. And so, and again, because I'm not exempt, I have to either do a minor or major exception. And in the next round, I'll get to why that's a problem. I'm still not, I think when we come back, we should have more clarity on the fences that would be allowed in the, are fences allowed in the stream side setback area? I think they are, at least with residential, but I'm not clear on that, and I didn't feel like staff was 100% confident. So I'd like to understand that, and then I want to make sure that in the urbanized areas, wildlife, there's no circumstance where somebody could lose their backyard security fence and have to put in a wildlife fence, again, in the urbanized area, because that is a non-security fence, because it's as easy for a burglar to climb over that fence as it is for a deer to hop it or a squirrel to go under it. So I am concerned about that. And then sort of outside of the residential area, just the one example I'll give that I thought of, and then I saw in the comments today that actually I think the architect had written about it, Creekside. I'm curious as to how this potential ordinance would impact a non-residential development. And Creekside's a good example. We have others that we have a lot of, I think, non-residential property. And so when staff comes back, I'd like some, an example or two of how however the ordinance is revised, how it would apply. And again, everything's built, so somebody's going to be redeveloping. So if they want to redevelop, what are their limitations? What limitations are they going to have by virtue of their location adjacent to a creek that their neighbor across the street doesn't have? So those are my urbanized area comments.
Can I ask maybe a clarification question with a couple of comments? So I do get that the 25 feet is recommended or preferred for the urbanized area for stream side setback. So we currently have 40 feet and have a minor exception process that allows 15 feet encroachment, which essentially makes 25 feet. So if we were to change the setback to 25 feet, do you think that we would also have to revise the minor exception maybe requirements, or
you'd get rid of it? You
just get rid of
you wouldn't have to
15.
ask for it because it would be the boundary.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just to jump in on that 25 feet, I think we would want to get a straw poll to get a sense of whether there is support of that or not, since that's been a recommendation from one commissioner.
Right. That actually, I was going to ask some questions to follow. Are you finished for now? Okay.
I'm done with
so then let me jump in because I don't see other lights here. So I had two questions for staff. One, how does this all impact ADUs? Because there's California ADU laws too. So that's the first question.
So ADUs are actually entirely governed by a different section of the code. So this would not impact the construction of ADUs.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful because it addresses the concern for the public comment. And I think it addresses one of Commissioner Heckman's concerns that he mentioned just now. The other question I have is specifically about that section on the staff report. It's the bottom of packet page 16. And I wrote a question to myself, with the 15 feet encroachment, does this effectively make it a 25 foot? And so can you explain how this really, how staff is envisioning how this would work? So again, I'm trying to understand, I'm a homeowner. I have a house that doesn't go into the 40 feet. I want to remodel and I want to build now. So what does this process look like to me? And I want to go within, I want to use this 15 feet.
So if we were to go with the current version, they would have to show that the setback is actually covering more than 40% of the lot. So there will be some lots that would be able to easily obtain that 15 feet encroachment, but there will be some lots they wouldn't be able to because of that particular criteria or condition. So if we were to change the stream side setback, then it'll universally apply instead of asking to see whether the lot has that
40%.
Right condition.
So so in terms of a straw poll, which is what staff asked for on this particular 25 versus 40 feet, I actually like the way staff has handled it right now. I thought it was very thoughtful. I thought that I don't know about the exact 40% lot coverage. And this is where I think I don't have enough information because I don't know how many lots we're really talking about here. But I like in theory what we're doing here because it makes it so that it's not overly onerous and we're trying to prevent buildings from continually going closer to the creek. And for me, it's not, but this is where I'm not entirely sure of things. Like there's things that have bigger impacts and lesser impacts. And for example, light shining into the creek, even if it's channelized, like that's not a good thing. We shouldn't do that. But then there might be other things that are lesser impacts. So I think I don't know enough. But philosophically, I think the way that staff is going about this makes sense. And allows for people to enjoy their property still without it being extraordinarily onerous. Like I think if somebody's remodeling, they're already going through this process and we're not saying you have to go through a variance hearing or anything like that. It's just part of the process. I had one other thought about this. Oh, I would really like to the ordinance to address other structures like pools. And this is actually something for, particularly for the area west of 150 feet, which I didn't mention earlier, but for everywhere. So I want to understand about decks, about gravel, about pools, about sporting, like, a tennis court or a basketball court or something, paving. So I think those are things that I'd like to understand. Maybe some of it's already there, and maybe some of it isn't.
And in fact, this would be helpful to get that kind of direction. So as the ordinance is written right now, it says no structures within the 150 feet or 40 feet. If you look at the definition of structures in the municipal code, it does include buildings, of course, but also swimming pools, sports courts. I'm not sure it includes decks. Patios are not included. So that is a reasonable question. Should swimming pools or sports courts in particular be allowed? And in that case, we would want to use something other than the Muni Code definition of structures. If that's not to be allowed, then saying structures are not allowed would cover pools and sports courts as well.
Thank you. For me, at least, I'm just going to chime in really quickly since I started this discussion. I think that the as written, that's the right intent. I mean, this is where I would make an exception for like a sports court that's not lighted and that has permeable, ground that doesn't then also destroy riparian vegetation. Maybe that's okay, right? So it wouldn't be called a sports court at that point. It's different, right? Because it's not concrete, but like, a patio, that's probably appropriate if it's permeable and, all of those things. So those are some of my thoughts, at least directionally. I don't want to make it too onerous. I think staff has done a really good job actually of thinking about all of these things. Okay. That's it for me for right now. And then I've got, I don't even know what order these were, but I'm just going to say Commissioner Suma, then Liu, then Rectal.
I will associate myself with the chair's comments just now to save time. And I believe that definition of structures was something also that was a request from the Sierra Club et al. And so, yeah, I wasn't worried about ADUs because the California state law says you can't do anything that actually prohibits ADUs. What this would do would be to suggest, oh, because you're near a creek, put your ADU somewhere else. But ultimately, if that was the only place to put an ADU, they get to put an ADU. So, and then Creekside, since that application is already in, would this affect Creekside?
What does it do to Creekside?
I think there is already an application in, but I think it's still in review. There's no actual, I'm not too sure whether they went through ARB reviews or not, but it's not yet decided. There's no decision on it, but application is received and it's under review.
Okay, so as we look at the area between 101 and Foothill, I want to make sure that we are adequately protecting especially streams that are natural still, not naturalized. But so there, I think the 40 is appropriate unless it's, as the chair said, unless it's taking up, I'm not sure if 40% is the right amount of the lot, but that seems reasonable to consider, and staff thought about it a lot, I'm sure. But I don't think we want to go necessarily diminish the setback, especially for natural creeks in the urbanized area. And one of our callers talked about the importance of Matadero Creek in Barron Park, and that's a really good example. So I would like to retain as much protection for natural creeks in the whole of the city that we can. And I think that covers everything for me that's new that I haven't said.
Commissioner Liu?
Thank you. Just to clarify, can you walk over what exemptions apply to ADUs and if anything, or if any of these setbacks apply?
None of them apply.
It's governed by a separate section of the code.
Great.
If we still have Albert online, he might be able to speak to this further, though I don't know if he's available.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not much to add. None of these apply to ADUs.
Yeah, I just want to confirm really explicitly that literally nothing applies. So in the packet, 33 feet is the only reference I find to a science-based kind of buffer distance, and that's on packet page 76. That references a couple of studies that are kind of cited in a review, I guess, from 2002. Are we aware of any other science-based measures or any other kind of ecologically based measures for what an appropriate buffer distance is?
Can we, as the chair, let's hear from the expert in the room, the one with a PhD in ecology.
I know you love the answer, it depends. If you're only looking at sedimentation and water quality, the 33 feet is the minimum. That was done from a lot of different studies. That was the conclusion that the Water Board published. However, there's a lot of other functions of riparian the setbacks. There's the wildlife movement, there's providing habitat for birds and other creatures. There is the enjoyment of people of the riparian corridor. So there's a lot of other issues. Usually people look at about 300 feet, and it depends on what kind of things you're looking at. Certain birds will not nest 270 feet where people are walking and talking and have a lot of activity. Others don't care at all. And so the recommendations are usually 100 feet minimum. And again, that's another compromise. And all the numbers you see, they're all compromises because the studies depend on when they were done, where they were done, and so on. So the 25 feet, for example, of the collaborative, that was a compromise that was achieved by a lot of cities that got together in 2000 and came up with that. But later, the water district tried to change it because they knew it wasn't enough, and they couldn't change it because they'll have to gather all these groups, all these cities together again to reconsider it. So they published something that doesn't really have the exact numbers, but basically recommends wider setbacks. I hope that answers.
Thank you.
Also, through the chair, we do have James Martin, and if he is available, we could ask. And
yes, we would love to hear from you.
Let me just restate the question, if I understand. It's are we asking about where does the riparian setback, the riparian buffer dimension come from?
Or if there are just any other science-based buffer distances that we can reference.
Great, thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is Jim Martin with Environmental Collaborative, and I worked on the existing conditions report and been listening in tonight. And I think we just had an excellent summary of the typical standards. There really are no magic numbers that we can refer to. We know bigger is better around setbacks and protecting habitat functions. I think the only thing I'd like to add is the importance of recognizing and protecting the woody riparian vegetation, where you have remnant or intact trees and shrubs in particular, given their importance of shading and other functions along the creek and, along Matadero and other creeks that can be between Foothill and the freeway that still either are intact or a remnant natural condition, and the importance of, as part of this process, of making sure through the setback consideration that those remnant features or intact features are protected along the stream corridor. So those setbacks of, say, 100 feet, those typically are beyond the footprint of the woody riparian vegetation. You can have that woody riparian vegetation on the bank or at the top of bank or just beyond the top of bank. So in some circumstances, especially in natural conditions west of Foothill, you've got, a reasonable protective standard with 150 feet. In listening to comments tonight, I understand the challenge with the number of parcels within the urbanized part of the city. We did, as part of the existing conditions, we did a couple of samples in trying to capture how many parcels are we talking about along the designated protected creeks and within a certain distance of setback. And we do have some GIS data that may be useful to dig into a little bit more. Obviously, conditions vary from parcel to parcel, but there may be a way to look at some of that GIS data, especially in the urbanized areas where we know where we have intact remnant vegetation. How many parcels are we talking about compared to those areas that are channelized? And I got the sense from the commission that might be useful in your deliberations.
Yes, I agree. That would definitely be useful to have some of the samples that you've already looked at and some of the context around those samples. I don't have a magic number here, but it'd be good to have at least a few kind of prototypical examples in each of the sections that we're looking at.
Commissioner Liu, can I ask a follow-up question of it? Okay. So one of the questions that I had was, we talk about exempting properties that are across a public road or public street. And so I'm trying to understand the difference between that versus like there's a channelized stream. To have 40 feet from a channelized stream, I'm trying to understand sort of the ecological impact and why we chose to still have the same setback for a channelized stream, because there's a lot of those throughout Palo Alto. And I'd love to hear from Mr. Martin about that.
I think in the channel, the 40-foot channelized reach, I think that was in all likelihood related to flood prevention and the need for possible future expansion of floodways. You have structures there. It creates a further challenge in some future need of Valley Water District and the easement that they hold through there. I think that number came out of part of the process in receiving inputs and where to go. I agree where you've got a channelized condition, concrete, rock, certainly modified, bordered by a gravel or paved maintenance road and a cyclone fence. You're not going to have much habitat there. And the separation between the maintenance road and the cyclone fence is similar to the separation that a paved public road would create in terms of separating the habitat from nearby parcels. I hope that helps a little bit.
Yes, that helps. And I think that what we're hearing from the commission is that a staff thinks about this to maybe re-examine and look at specifically how we treat the setback with respect to channelized, like that there's a different priority with respect to that 40 versus 25 for the naturalized streams versus the channelized.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. And then I think Commissioner Liu, was that it for you? Okay. And then Commissioner or Vice Chair Rectal?
Yeah. Great minds think alike. That was the route that I was going down. Can you bring up the packet page 30? And look at the electronic version so it's color. Packet page 30. Okay, and the important part is the color scheme. Green is historical, and blue is natural creeks, and pink is channelized. And so we see a lot of pink here. And that's really the rule, and the exception is the blue one. And so when I'm looking through the packet itself, there's a nice description of the different things that, why are we doing this? And they talk about things like riparian vegetation and habitat, and riparian corridors for wildlife, and erosion and preventing flooding. And all those kind of disappear if you're talking about channelized creeks. Granted, they're not totally dead, but a lot of these issues that we're trying to protect against are much, much less for channelized creeks. And so I think it'd be really good in the description, talk separately about why are we doing this for channelized creeks and why are we doing this for natural creeks? And that will give us some insight into what are we trying to solve. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't have any other lights here. So I know Commissioner Heckman has a whole nother round. So are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, so in this round, what I want to do is I want to walk through the ordinance and just point out some concerns I have, some of it's minor, some of it I think is pretty significant. And usually when I go through this exercise, what I'm asking is for staff to just sort of take it in and think about it as you think about what you're going to do on the ordinance. And you may, agree with the comment and want to make an adjustment. You may think it's fine the way it is, and that's fine too. Part of my job is just to identify what I think might be an issue you should look at. So the draft ordinance starts on packet page 19. Just a point that's going to be relevant later on packet page 21, we have the top of bank. We've got a couple of definitions for naturalized streams. One is a stream with a defined bank, and I suspect that every stream in the urbanized area, I suspect, is going to be a stream with a defined bank. And then you have streams without a defined bank where the slope is less than 2 to 1, and maybe that happens in some locations west. But that's going to be important when we get to packet page 24. All right, so on to packet page 22. Commissioner Aiken mentioned the 2 to 1 ratio needs to be looked at. I had suggested a definition of flood wall here somewhere, because this is the end of the definition page, because I'll mention flood wall comes up again later. When we get to packet page 23, exemptions, exemption 1 is this issue of public street, service road. So that's where you would consider that. When we get down to exemption 8, expansion of existing development along channelized streams. And I guess I'm not sure if that means I'm going to remodel my structure, or does it, because that's an expansion of existing, or does it also include if I'm going to tear down and rebuild? So I think that could be a little clearer. And then I had suggested another exemption 9 if your parcel's behind a flood wall. Turning to packet page 24, we have table 1, and the footnote under table 1 is really why I brought your attention to the definitions of stream with and without defined bank, because those are 2 separate concepts. But here, when we're trying to figure out the slope stability protection area, it seems like we're combining them, and we're saying, even though these are 2 different things, we're going to take whichever one's greater here. And so I really don't understand that. And I don't know, for example, if in a place with a well-defined bank, if the ratio of 2 to 1 is going to make a bigger or farther or shorter slope protection area, or actually it's really the starting point. It's always 20 feet, but it's really kind of the starting point. So I think we could use a bit of clarification there. And related to that, you have just below that a diagram for a bank, a stream with a defined bank, but you don't have a different one for a stream without a defined bank, even though you have both of those diagrams on packet page 22. And so I'm not, but I don't have the expertise to know if you don't have a second one, because it's identical, just on a kind of a longer plane. So you might want to consider whether you need that. All right, now I want to get to starting at the bottom of packet page 24. Well, actually, yeah, the bottom half is streamside review elements. And this is really something that Chair Chang brought up early in the meeting. So this is broken down into 3 pieces. Part 1 is streamside setback requirements. Part 2 is riparian buffer. And then when you get over to page 26 at the very bottom, part 3 is slope stability protection area. So what I'm finding as I read through this is they all kind of mush together. And so, so what you might want to consider is having the stream side setback requirements only apply to the slice that's just the stream side setback. And then have the riparian buffer only apply to the slice between the stream side setback and the slope stability, and then similarly on slope stability. Because this way they're overlapping and potentially conflicting the way it's done today. So that's mostly an organizational thing. So top of page 25, this is, I presume, language copied from someplace, but in that first paragraph, you twice use the word riparian corridor, which is not a defined term. I think here you are talking about the area within the stream side setback that's not yet the riparian buffer, but I'm not sure. Then the paragraph below that, 3i, is really a riparian buffer requirement, but you actually repeat it in the riparian buffer section, so I think you can just get rid of it here. Let's see. When we get down to light reflectance value of 83, I do want to acknowledge I don't think anybody's talked about it here, but we got a comment in the written correspondence that suggested that's a very bright light. It's a very bright color. I don't know, but it's worth staff. Obviously, we're trying to. So this really relates not to water quality, but to wildlife. And so maybe we should look about. I don't know where that figure came from, and maybe it's fine, but we should look at that. But I'm also concerned that. What's confusing to me is, all right, so this is in the stream side setback where I'm not supposed to have any buildings. But this is a requirement for building finishes. And so does that only apply when I'm going by way of an exception and invading the stream side setback? Or are you talking about imposing requirements actually outside the stream side setback? Like even though the back wall of the house might be 20 feet from the stream setback line, it still has to have this color reflectivity. So I think that needs to be clarified. The grading, I saw a comment, which is D at the bottom of page 25. I did see a comment from one of the written comments saying that we should really hold the line at 150. For grading. I just want to point out that if I'm allowed to have a house 150 feet from the top of the bank, to build that house, I have to be able to move earth a little bit closer than the foundation, which is 150 feet away. So a strict 150 feet wouldn't work, which is not to say that you necessarily need a full 50 feet of grading work to build a house 150 feet from a creek. So that's something you could, that comment you could look at. Okay, top of page 26, again, we get into a couple of uses of the word riparian corridor in the first paragraph. Here, I think it means riparian buffer because we're in the riparian buffer section, but I'm not sure. And then, let's see. When we get to the top of page 27, subpart A, again, it's the same as the footnote 1 to table 1. We've got this greater of top of bank or 2 to 1, and I just don't know how that works. Let's see. So I do have a question. Again, I don't need an answer. It's something to think about. So the paragraph B, top of page 27, requires an exemption for any structure or use within the slope stability protection area. You have to have an exemption granted. So one of the most typical things I would expect to see in a slope stability protection area is a decaying fence or wall wanting to be replaced. That because that happens. People are forever, upgrading the fences that are falling down, particularly if you're along a creek where people might be able to come into your yard. So does this mean, so that's one thing because it's not a structure, but I don't know if it's a use, but is that going to make me go through a process to rebuild my fence? That's a topic another commissioner had raised earlier. Okay, now let's talk about the minor exceptions. I had mentioned before, I think there are some problems with it. First of all, actually, all through this minor exception section, we refer to the stream setback, where the defined term is stream side setback. So we want to fix that. But here, okay, I've got a single family house, I'm on a creek, I'm exempt, but I want something that has requires discretionary review. Great, I can get a minor deviation if I can meet either of these criteria. So the first one is the setback, stream side setback, covers more than 40% of the parcel. Well, all right, so what that means is this only applies typically if my parcel is less than 100 feet deep, right? Because if my parcel is 100 feet deep, 40% is 40 feet. And so the setback does not cover more than 40% of my parcel. It covers exactly 40%. And at 101 feet, it's less than 40. So this will not, this exemption process, minor exception, will not be available to any parcel 100 feet long or greater. And I think that's a lot of parcels along the creeks. And then you look at the second one, the deviation would not result in the removal of any riparian vegetation. I think Commissioner Templeton asked the question. So one plant is riparian vegetation. If I get a wildflower that blows over my fence, I don't think I can use it. So I think we have to look at, the intent here is to set a low bar for minor things. And I think that's right. We want to do that. But we have to think about a bar that actually works for at least most of the creekside parcels in Palo Alto. Okay, now let me get to the major exceptions. So here again, if I want to build if I got a house and I can't qualify for my minor exception, I roll into a major exception. So now I have to be able to make these three findings. All right, so the first one is there's no reasonable alternative. And incidentally, we should be focusing, there was a slide here that kind of summarized these points, but I think the actual language they use here is important because it will be the law. So first is there's no reasonable alternative that avoids or reduces the encroachment into the setback area. So let me give you an example of that one. It's the one that Vice Chair Reckdahl brought up early in the meeting. On the other side of 101, right next to Adobe Creek, there's a bike path, and then there's a narrow parcel, 110 feet wide, with a building sitting on it. It's a two-story office building. It's 1960s, maybe early 70s built. And so the parcel's only 110 feet wide. The building is probably 80 feet wide, 70 feet wide, whatever. All right, so that building will get rebuilt someday. And here, if they want to rebuild, and this ordinance applies to them, and they're going to need a major exception because their property is 100% in the 150 feet. And so now they propose just to put what they had. Well, all right, I'm a wildlife advocate, and I'm going to say, wait a minute, they're proposing an 80-foot wide building. I can reduce the encroachment into the setback area by making it 70 feet wide. And I can further reduce it to make it 60 or 50 or so on. So, and I've actually, I've had this issue on variances in litigation. So we have to have a more finite requirement here that is not going to engender litigation and fights over people's ability to use their property. Okay, the second item, reduced setback will not significantly reduce or adversely impact the streamside environment. Well, that to me is the Biologist Full Employment Act And I'm sure they'll be very grateful, because the only way to establish this is with a biologist report, 3 to 10,000, maybe that's worth it on a big commercial building like the one on Adobe Creek. But I know if I'm just trying to build a 2-story house, I'm gonna be pretty annoyed to have to pay that when none of my neighbors do. So we should, think about what level of proof are we looking for there. And then the third one, this is just an invitation for a neighborhood fight. It will not be detrimental or injurious to properties that are adjacent, upstream, downstream, or on the opposite bank. Well, if I'm on a stream, there are hundreds of properties in both directions. So everybody gets a voice. These things, again, and in my hypothetical, I'm trying to build a 2-story building, a 2-story house, and I have to go through this gauntlet. So I think that the idea is to have a workable set of findings that would allow somebody to build a 2-story house that's sensitive to its near creek location. But I don't think this is it. So I think it needs more work. And that was the last of my comments on things that I would like staff to look at and consider further as they work on the ordinance. Thank you.
That was a very thorough and exhaustive list that captured most of my comments. I don't see any lights, so I think we might be done. Anybody?
Is there any straw polls that the staff wants us to take?
That's a good, clarification and straw polls.
So the one that we specifically asked for was the 25-foot, and what I heard was that was suggested, but we had at least a couple other members who were not in support of reducing from 40 to 25.
Should we just do that right now? Should we just go down the line?
We can confirm that.
Okay, so we've got Commissioner Heckman's ideas and thoughts on that. Commissioner Rector?
Well, some of this comes into why are we doing this? And if I have a channelized creek and I have a solid back fence, why do we care whether it's 20 or 25 or 30 feet away from that solid back fence, right? It's not going to be used as a corridor. So I guess I want to know, what is the purpose of this setback before I set the number?
Well, I think the setback is established because the purpose of the update is to create some protection for the habitat area. But we have heard enough from the Planning and Transportation Commission that maybe it is not, I don't want to say appropriate, but it is not maybe appropriate for the urbanized area and channelized, along channelized creek, and when there's a flood wall already installed. So those are some other things that staff would like to get some clarification. So I have some 5 points, maybe, if it's okay. Maybe I can get some clear direction from the commission. I think we had heard clear voice from the commission that more community engagement would be preferred. In the comments on the proposal, especially because the initial community engagement we had was on some higher level concepts. So I wanted to hear if that is still the case from the commission.
Should we just finish on the 25 feet first?
Oh,
and
yes.
then we'll go, okay.
And so, man, I know this is a hard question, right? But that's what I'm getting at. I'm not a biologist, and it's hard for me to decide. I think the 25-foot was a reasonable split the baby, but I don't know. Would 30 be better? Would 20 be better? Shawnee, do you want to?
Sorry,
I'll jump in with one additional comment.
Yes.
We did also, in addition to this idea of reducing that setback to 25 in the urbanized areas, also hear some additional discussion about considering reduced setbacks for the channelized streams. And I heard those as two separate items that were discussed, that there was maybe more support for considering a reduced setback for the channelized streams. Whereas we heard some strong voices advocating for retaining the 40-foot for the natural streams, but allowing the exception. Did you have? Yeah.
So is that specifically what you want to hear from Commissioner Rechtel on, like?
So if your concern or your questions about the 40 versus 25 feet is influenced by channelized versus natural,
Oh, yeah.
then that could be very valuable input for us to receive.
Yeah, so for me, again, I'm not a biologist, but my impression is that a channelized creek is not going to have the same riparian impacts as a natural creek.
All right, let's quickly hear from you. You had asked for the biologist input, so let's go ahead and get that since you're.
Hi, this is.
Me.
Oh.
So we do have Jim Martin available online, so we'll hear from him.
I'm going first, I guess. So, again, there's no magic number. I think it's important to confirm what Valley Water's intention was with the guidance that formed the basis of the city's original ordinance before the the directive that we do away with any type of setback within channelized reaches of the urban area. There may be other factors in addition to biological resources. But from what I described before, if you've got a channelized condition that's got maintenance roads on either side with a security cyclone fence and then property beyond that, it's not to say that channel and the emergent vegetation, the freshwater vegetation within that channel isn't important. We heard testimony tonight about muskrats further upstream. They obviously move through that corridor. We've got birds and other wildlife that utilize that corridor, but without the woody riparian at or beyond the top of bank. In my opinion, biologically, there's not a strong basis for setback that would impinge on use of the private property on the other side of that cyclone fence. But again, there are other factors that I think are important to confirm in how that number was derived through the guidance process with Valley Water that formed the basis of the original ordinance. So I think that's something that needs to be confirmed.
I'm gonna ask Ms. Kleinhaus to come because she also knows a lot of the context here.
The urbanized channelized concrete channels obviously have less value, but they do have the vegetation inside. The Valley Water does not allow planting vegetation 15 feet from their channels. So now you have a very narrow place where you could still plant a tree and have some shade over the creek. So the reason for somewhat more, if you want to go there, and I'm not suggesting that I would know what to do in your spot right now, but there is value to a little more because it can add some shade and it can add some vegetation. And the birds will use it, the butterfly will use it, it creates a corridor, even if it is a concrete channel. That was something that in consideration of the dog park at Mitchell Park, they added trees, even though it's a concrete channel there. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so my inclination is to reduce it on channelized creeks, and 25 seems a reasonable number, especially if you limited 15 feet without planting. That seems right the number. So I would support 25.
And what's your thought on the naturalized?
In a perfect world, we'd have more, but I'm really worried in the urban areas that this is going to impact the houses. So I don't know. I think it's something that we have to consider, and I think convince me. Or maybe convince yourself first and then convince me.
For the natural creek, for your consideration, maybe if you have, maybe you make a decision on whether the properties both behind the flood walls, whether they're going to be exempt or not, as Commissioner Heckman suggested, maybe that might help the commission to make a decision on whether reduced setback would be better or not on natural creeks.
Well, I think let's just kind of, you heard the thoughts of each person. So, we're not experts. So let's move on to Commissioner Aiken. You've heard from me already.
Yeah, I'm similarly inclined on the hardened channelized creeks in the urban area. 25 feet seems sufficient. I feel maybe a little more strongly than what I just heard that for the natural creeks, even in the urbanized areas, 40 feet is a good idea. So, thank you.
Did you already opine, Commissioner Suma?
I think I have opined more than once, but since they can use the exception to get to 25 feet, I would consider that reasonable at this point for the hard channelized creeks. And I think 40 is appropriate for natural creeks.
And then Commissioner Liu?
I agree with 25 in the context of channelized creeks. I think it's worth considering whether areas east of 101 also are in practice sufficiently urbanized based on, what we've heard so far to make those 25 feet as well instead of 150. I think 40 feet is reasonable for naturalized creeks. I think really anything 33 and above is reasonable for me. Like I would have some kind of I would have some personal flexibility here. I would need to, actually catch up on some of the science. And was there any question about flood walls? Like the question was whether we would also consider 25 feet in the context of flood walls.
I think, if I may, the question was whether there could be an exception that's supported broadly across the commission for properties that abut a flood wall, as long as we can kind of nail the definition of a flood wall.
I'm just going to chime in for the commission there. I think we heard pretty good unanimity on that idea. Yes. So yes, exceptions for flood walls. And a definition, please.
Exemption.
Sorry.
Exemption rather than exception.
Exemptions, yes. Thank you. So hopefully that gives you the information that you needed for that piece. Were there other significant issues that you didn't get enough clarity on already that we can help you with?
I thought Ms. Cha was starting a list of 5.
Yes.
I think the community engagement, I think we heard it clear enough, so we'll definitely consider that. I think we've heard about reduced setback, so that's good. Exemption on flood wall properties, that's also clear. We may need some clarity on fences, but maybe the maybe PTC would need additional information on fences before considering, so we can maybe provide additional information in the next meeting. I think Mr. Frick has another one, but another one I would like to confirm is whether PTC would agree increasing the riparian area within the foothills or west of Foothill and east of 101 area to 60 feet, as some of the comment letters have suggested.
I think Commissioner Aiken?
Yeah, just the need for the 30-foot riparian buffer and the 30-foot fire break is, I think, well established, but be careful about doing that by simply defining the riparian buffer as 60 feet because so many other constraints apply to that region.
So, but other than that, I think that there was consensus that staff should look carefully at that. Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Frick.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify on the fences. So if there was clear direction or, opinions on whether that should also be an exemption for, let's say existing fences or, that type of structure within, whether it's the stream setback area or the riparian area, that could be helpful information to kind of bring back.
Can I ask staff for how staff arrived at this conclusion? Because I'm sure staff was thinking about the balance between what should be grandfathered in, right? What should be done if somebody wants to reconstruct a fence, as well as, wildlife mobility, and security for humans. So in coming up with the current ordinance, what was staff's process? That's what I would like to hear before we all opine, because we would like to understand how you arrived at the point that you arrived at now.
I think it was sort of a general kind of concept that riparian buffer area will be most restrictive. So we were basically allowing wildlife fences only. I think that's how we have, and then in the stream side setback, we will be a little bit more lenient, but that's why we have kind of applied the 1624, the citywide fence requirements, instead of applying other requirements or more restrictions on the fences there. But that's also something we can look into with more information requested by the PTC and kind of decide if there's any direction. We would love to get them tonight. But if the PTC feels that there should be some additional information, that additional information, what's needed, it would be very helpful as well.
It sounds like what's needed here is some direction for what the PTC thinks about fences in this area. And so maybe if we could each quickly talk about that, because our comments about fences were rather scattershot. So can we just go down the line again, Commissioner Heckman?
Sure. So I'm pretty open in the area west of Foothill. I'm comfortable with, first of all, those are mostly larger acreage, and they're seldom fenced in any kind of security way because they're open. And if somebody does want to fence, it's usually more of an interior perimeter fencing anyway, right? And so I'm pretty comfortable with wildlife fencing limitations within that 150-foot area that would be subject to whatever exceptions or I guess it would be a major exception. If somebody's going to build a house that ends up closer because it needs to, then that fence would be a part of that design review. In the urbanized area, I guess my belief is everybody that's on a creek already has a fence. And frankly, before I really sort of got deep into this process, I didn't even understand about this 20-foot slope stability setback. And because I think a lot of those fences are closer than 20 feet. I do. And so I think if you want to make people feel like something's really being taken away from them, you make them move their fence in 5 feet or 10 feet or 12 feet. Their fence is falling down. They just want to rebuild it. Again, I see people litigate that when one neighbor wants to move the fence over because he thinks it's on his property. So I would be supportive of sort of grandfathering those fences in and allowing them to be rebuilt to maintain their safety and attractiveness.
Yeah, all my neighbors that have their fence along the channelized creek, that's right up in the creek, right at the top of the bank. And they would be really upset if they had to move that back. And I don't think it would provide a lot of environmental benefit to move it back. So I think grandfathering is the right answer there.
I haven't given it a lot of thought because I don't think I quite understand the wildlife implications. Because that's what we're talking about is wildlife here in the urbanized area. But I do understand the property owner's security concerns because I was doing a creek cleanup and saw no less than, I think, 8 broken safes that were dumped into, down by like Chaucer or something. So clearly there's people there sometimes. And so there's a real security concern. So I'm just going to say that, like, philosophically, that's where I am. And then I'm going to let staff come up with what they think is best.
Okay, again, this varies a little bit depending on the area, but within west of Foothills, as I said earlier, I really can't see any justification for fencing within the riparian buffer area itself. So I'm not inclined to support fencing there. Wildlife friendly fencing is, of course, perfectly okay in the remaining streamside setback area, and possibly more substantial fencing in the 16.24 frame. In the urbanized areas, yeah, agree with the earlier comments. My experience is also the fences tend to get built as close to the property line or to the creek as possible. And they probably have to be grandfathered in for this to be acceptable.
Well, I can see the points of grandfathering from the point of view of making this acceptable, but it kind of bothers me because what we're trying to do is improve our stream side protection. That was the point of all of this. So I am very ambivalent, and I wanted to add something to the previous 40-foot versus 25-foot. I just wanted to add a clarification that we were only talking about residential uses, so that commercial uses were not included. Okay.
Correct.
So, all right. I didn't know if anybody really said that clearly. So I'm just going to have to, after staff comes back with all their thoughtful analysis, I'm going to have to decide, because I don't want to water this down so much that we're losing the whole focus of this, which was to acknowledge that our stream side protection setbacks were not adequate, actually. And I will say that anecdotally, I know how much the channelized creeks are used by wildlife as habitat, although it's a little sad compared to seeing an animal, a bird, or a wee muskrat in nature in a natural setting. It's all they have. So I will decide. I am not decided this evening, and I'm sorry I can't give you more of a definite, but I'm anxious to see what you come up with.
I just want to confirm also for exemption 7, building improvements that do not expand the building footprint further into the stream side setback, that would apply to fences, but only in the stream side setback, not the any of the other right. And there is no riparian buffer for channelized urbanized streams. So would exemption number 7 already cover existing fences? Would those fences be considered structures?
I'll start by pointing out that says building footprint, which generally is not what I would envision for a fence. But I'm looking over at our other staff to see if there's anything more to add.
I think it definitely needs some clarification. So if we can come back with more clear language on that to make sure that we don't have that kind of questions next time.
Yeah, that'd be great. I think the structure building distinction is subtle, but like was also discussed previously here. And yes, I think it is reasonable to allow residential fences by channelized streams in urbanized areas. I would consider going a little bit further than grandfathering, even like if there happens to be like one empty lot or one lot that doesn't have a fence, it seems peculiar to deprive them of a fence in the future. So I'd also throw that in.
So just to clarify that last comment, Commissioner Liu, you're saying that you are inclined to allow fences for existing and proposed on properties along Channelized Creek?
Yes, for residential properties.
Okay, Vice Chair Rectal.
Yeah. One last thing about when we're talking about 25 feet or 40 feet, how far the building is back from the creek. We're thinking of a small house, but what happens if this now is a big wall of a house? And so should there be some like a daylight plane or some step back? It'd be good if we can talk with the biologist, or if staff talks with the biologist and get their professional opinion about, does a big wall 25 feet act differently than a smaller house at 25? And if so, how do we enforce some type of daylight plane to protect that?
Commissioner Suma.
Oh, I just wanted to offer the observation that hedging could be an option that will keep people out and provide privacy, but will also let many species through. I don't know if anybody's interested in pursuing that, but just an observation.
Were there Valley Water objections to that? Yeah, were there issues with Valley Water and plantings directly adjacent to channelized creeks?
I think
I guess
trees,
those are all
not shrubs,
grandfathered in. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Okay, I see no light, so there is just one final comment I wanted to make. So all my comments regarding the 40 versus 25 setback was specific to housing, not to other developments.
And when you say housing, are you talking about low density housing or all housing?
I'm talking about low density housing because the impact of many people and many lights and many everything is much different. And we're not saying you can't do it, but I think there's a different process or a little bit more process. Thank you. So other, I know we need, I just want to make sure we have other, no further comments. Oh, Michelle.
I'm sorry to delay the meeting more, but just one more maybe question to PTC. So the minor exception only applies to low density properties as well. So just wanted to make sure with the comment letter received from the Creekside property applicant, whether PTC agrees that it stays as is, or maybe we should broaden that to other zoning districts or other types of developments.
Yeah, maybe let's quickly talk about that. I think, again, Commissioner Heckman already talked about his concerns with respect to the Creekside and larger developments. Do you want to?
Well, I only raised the concern that it's not clear to me how this ordinance is going to impact a location like that with a non-low residential. So, I didn't mean to sort of call them out and ask for staff to do a particular analysis. Really, my point was more, we're mostly talking about low density residential, but a good chunk of our Creekside property is not that. And so we should be looking at that too. So in terms of your question, it seems like staff built the minor exception process really for residential, low density residential. And I'm okay with that concept because most of the things that aren't low density residential are going to go, unless you're an SB 330 project, I mean, some kind of ministerial project, most of them are going to go through some level of design review and with appropriately worded major exception findings, they can work through the process to a reasonable resolution. So to answer your question, I'm satisfied that the minor exception be limited to the low density residential.
Yep.
Me too.
Agreed.
Yep.
an existing multifamily of which there is adjacent to creeks that might be in R1, R2, or RMD zoning would we also cover that? Just by the definition of the ordinance, we would consider that basically low density housing for the purpose of this.
So we didn't, so the draft ordinance states that lists the zoning districts, not the type of residential development. So in that case, if there's any multifamily development within the zoning district, which is pretty rare, it would be applicable as well, as it's written.
So I just wanted to mention one thing is we probably will have to look into this in more detail as well on the staff side, because, you know, per certain regulations in our housing element, we really have to look carefully at potential impacts to different types of residential development, based on how our regulations could or could not restrict certain things. So I think when we come back to the PTC with the next revision of the ordinance, we can provide additional details on that. That being said, if there's any further comments, I don't want to kind of cut off that discussion, but wanted to kind of provide a little bit of that context.
I'm not seeing any other light, so I think that we've exhausted our thoughts. And ourselves, yes. So I think what we need is a motion to continue this to a date uncertain, incorporating our feedback. So would anybody, not only our feedback, sorry, our feedback and feedback of the members of the public. Would anybody like to make a motion? Doria or Alan? Sorry, Commissioner Aiken.
I have one more thing I forgot.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. I thought Shawnee's letter was very good, and I thought a lot of those things should be incorporated, but that was just my opinion. And did we need a straw poll to talk about?
I would rather not, because I found that while I agreed with about 80% of it, there were a number of other items that I thought needed more work. So that turns into another long discussion.
Okay, but what does staff do then? Do they look at it and use their judgment to determine what should be added or not?
Yes, and the input we've given them tonight, which should address many of the issues there that I was concerned about.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so motion?
I move that we continue this item to a date uncertain.
Second.
Ms. Any further discussion from commissioners? I'm so tired. All right, Ms. Dow, could you call the vote?
Because we have everyone in chambers, it could just be raised hands rather than having to do roll call.
Is it okay that?
Albert gets upset.
Unless Albert's online and has a different opinion. I don't want to change the
Okay, so
standard
let's
of
just
what we do.
note that, yeah, okay. He says yes.
Yes, okay.
So let's just do a voice vote. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All opposed? And any abstentions? And I'd just like to note that Commissioner Templeton is not here, so the motion passes 6-0-1. I don't know what it is, but everybody here passes the motion.
Thank you, Chair. The motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Templeton absent.
Thank you. All right, on to the next agenda item, which is our minutes. So we need to approve the minutes from May 29th.
I'll make a motion to approve minutes. Draft for minutes as revised of May 29th.
Second.
Can we do voice vote on this?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Templeton absent. And we need to take them one by one, right?
Yes, I
Okay.
will move approval of draft verbatim minutes and summary minutes of July 10th as revised.
Second.
Okay, let's do our voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Templeton absent. And a final motion, please, for the last set of
I
minutes.
will move, make a motion to move approval of the Planning and Transportation Commission draft summary minutes as revised
Second.
of
Right.
August 14th.
Oh.
Commissioner Suma made the motion, Commissioner Rectal seconded. And let's
Vice
take
Chair.
Sorry.
Vice Chair Rectal.
Oh, Vice Chair Rectal, yes, Vice Chair Rectal. All right, let's take the voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Templeton absent. Okay. Commissioner questions, comments, and announcements or future meetings and agendas? Oh, wait, there's a light. Commissioner Aiken.
Hey, just a couple of things. Don't forget, tomorrow evening at 6 is the Downtown Housing Plan Open House here in the community meeting room. So for any of the public who's listening, and of course, any of our commissioners who'd like to attend. And just thoughts for the millions of people who are going through Hurricane Milton right now, including my sister Laura and her husband Steve in Sarasota. So we're thinking about you.
Thank you. All right, with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.